The screen is blank. Oh, yeah, because I... Ah! Yes. Not sure if we need high volume, considering going to... Okay, we don't need to watch the intro. It's kind of the introduction to the stream, the intro of the game, which works as long as the intro doesn't contain copyrighted music, which Rayman did. So, good thing that, no! Rayman, what's up? I'm trying to ignore my sudden situation. It does got a hamburger though. Burger! Rabbit Stampede. No, where is my dress? It's still gone. These are some long 30... Oh, there we go. Long 30 seconds. Todd got a pineapple. Well, it is yellow. Now I just need an apple and a pen. Okay. I don't think you can get any pens though. Get her! Get your belly! Grab her! Steal her panties while she's distracted. I mean, that already happened. I mean, someone is like, wait, what? Just check my latest drawing. Okay, let's press start. I still haven't plugged in the controller. Anyway, let's press start. You have all the trophies. As a bit, this message shouldn't be the first message that should show up. It should show up after. And you might remember, like last year, like, wait, why didn't this message show up? No, because I didn't unlock the Captain Olimar. This is yeah. This might be the Captain Olimar message actually. Instead of actually saying, you got Captain Olimar for having a Pikmin say on your memory card, it just says, you have all the trophies, which doesn't mix. So, yeah. Maybe there's a secret message that you get if you don't. Also, is that the symbol top left? Is that a canny that they have left just in the game? Kind of looks like a canny. Now I have to check that. I'm being distracted. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, totally is a canny. It is a canny that stands for all. Kind of weird. There's a left that in. It just means all or overall. You have all trophies, including gift trophies. Pankini. Wait. It did yes a few times. But yeah, there's also happened on stream that I've ended up completely naked as well. But let's not go over that. Let's ignore those moments. Oh. But as I said, when I do the subathon, there will be a goal where I will do a full stream without any clothes. Not even underwear. Bikini, bankini, still a bikini. Well, I did have the idea that when I was wearing a swimsuit or any other outfit where I wouldn't wear underwear and you did the underwear, the pom will just wear nothing. Well, with like just some cover, some tiny bit of coverage. But then I thought, nah, that might be a bit too naughty for Twitch. What? A Connie? What? Kanji? You mean kanji? Yes, kanji. Been naked and I missed it. Yeah, that's why you have to be here every stream, every single moment. Because those are like accidental moments. I'm not doing it intentionally. Now I'm determined. Yep. Anyway, moving on. You got the Samus and Mask trophy. Lucky you. Yeah, how did this one just suddenly appear in my collection? Weird. You got the Mario and Yoshi trophy. They're pals again because they decided to be enemies. Yeah, so those two are trophies you can't unlock. Normally. It's impossible. So you have to do like... code injection, I guess. Okay, so yeah, let's do it in game order. Let's yeah. I just made it just trigger those. I just set the game save file to like, oh yeah, I have this now. And the game is like, okay, you have these now. 289, it's bottom right corner. 289 trophies you can collect by just using melee. 290 you can with a save file from Pikmin. And then there's the additional 2 that are impossible to get on the normal circumstances. Well, I guess we just go through the trophies. Like Mario, known worldwide as Mr. Nintendo. Really? Is that what his name is? Is that? Oh yeah, his full name. And I know about the first Super Mario Bros. The movie, whatever, where his full name is Mario, and his brother is Luigi Mario. But if he's Mr. Nintendo, clearly his full name is Mario Nintendo, and then you got Luigi Nintendo. Not really sure how. Is it like Peach Nintendo? I hope they are not related. So it's just Peach. I would just imagine that the Mushroom Kingdom in the world they are living in, because I refuse to accept that Mario comes from New York. That is not part of the Nintendo's original lore. That's something Nintendo they made up over in the United States. But I'm not from the United States, so I don't care about what they make up. I follow what Japan is making up because it's their own. That pressure is from there, and yeah, in the Mushroom Kingdom where they are from, I guess they just only have a single name. They don't have more than one name. They might have a double name in the sense of Donkey Kong. But I guess the Kongs do have kind of like a last name system. But that's the Kongs. Mario is not a Kong. Anyway, let's continue. I just read half a sentence. Not even half a sentence, a quarter of a sentence. Mario uses his incredible jumping ability to thwart the evil Bowser time after time. While he's best known as a hero, he's not been a hero. Mario has played many roles, including Racer, as a non-hero racer, Doctor, as a doctor who is not a hero. Don't go to Mario, Dr. Mario. Golfer, and a villain. Oh my, even a villain. I guess a villain wouldn't be a hero. That's correct. His tastes have changed over 20 years of gaming. He long ago swapped the colors of his shirt and overalls. Oh, how dare he. From Donkey Kong Arcade. Mario Nintendo and Peach Nintendo is why. Well, it is not Peach Nintendo. But again, this text can just has been made up by... I actually don't know. Because I think these texts are basically original for list of... list of trophies. List of trophies. I'm just going to check the... I thought I was going to get the... There. Okay, this does not give me the required description. Okay, so what I assume is that this text that you are given here is the original text that they made in the United States. And then they might have changed some stuff about... No, the wrong way. This is how you rotate. Okay, we got this model here. Ooh. And the plate thing, this thing disappears when you hit from below. Very useful. Imagine having a trophy like that. We could change lighting. I think they use, yeah. I think they use this one because it shows the best. And then you can zoom in very far. Actually, you can zoom through this is not how they would do 3D viewers. Like you can go into, and you can zoom out. This is a bit ridiculous how far out you can zoom. It's also a bit ridiculous how far in you can zoom as well. And you can also do this. Because, yeah, why not? Well, that's cool. This is how we move over to the next one. Of course, it's a bit harder to read text, but it's easier to see the trophy gate. I mean, this is standard, I think. I guess it doesn't matter if you have light. The trophy still has bright light on it. Okay, I'll stick to this then. Mario confirmed villain. Yeah, he was a villain in Donkey Kong Jr. for the Game & Watch game. Was it Donkey Kong Jr. 2 or was it both? Or maybe there wasn't that too. Dr. Mario, immaculate in his medical garb, Dr. Mario destroys killer viruses with his amazing vitamin capsules by just chucking the capsules at the viruses. With his dedicated nurse, Princess Peach, does not sound like the name of a nurse, at his side, Dr. Mario spent the day and the night, just a single day and a night, in his laboratory working on new miracle cures. Somehow he's managed to keep up with all the new viruses that have risen over the years. Horizon? I don't know. Maybe that's called research and research. And Mario is one of the characters that always wear. I guess it's not much to look at. He got the stick. He got nothing hidden on the side of the shoes. Must check every part. Who knows? Maybe someone has like, because these models are. I think these models are designed to look kind of like plastic dolls, plastic figures, because they are very plastic looking, very shiny. I think that is per design, because the actual Smash fighters do not look as plastic. They do look a bit plastic though. This is the secrets that you cannot, under normal circumstances, unlock. Mario and Yoshi. Yoshi was first introduced. Oh, I forgot to say that Dr. Mario is from the video game Dr. Mario. And of course, all the video games, the list would obviously be limited to the release of the game. Would they have changed the game? They have changed the game titles if the game titles are different in Europe. But would they have added more games that have been released after Melee was originally released in Japan? Then it was released in North America. Could have added more games? Because there would be a lot of titles to rename from Japanese to English. I would assume they would have added more if there was a significant time frame difference. But then it was later released in Europe. Would they have spent the time to add a few more games? Because you basically released one game anyway. Would they have? So I guess they wouldn't have a reason to change. Maybe the US version uses the same games as the Japanese version. Anyway, Bonbon is 100% geared today. I have achieved the maximum. Nice. This is going to take forever. We're going to spend this much time talking about stuff, but I find it interesting. We're here to have fun. Yoshi was first introduced in Super Mario World, and the sight of Mario riding the helpful character soon became an enduring image. What do they mean by enduring image? I thought they were going to say endearing, but enduring. I don't know. Despite his cape, Mario can't fly while astride Yoshi. We're using very fancy words here. Who wrote this text? A linguist? The pair can make huge jumps. You mean Yoshi can make huge jumps? And drift slowly back to Earth. Well, if you use it for using Loki's Earth, so not like the planet Earth, but the dirt Earth. So, as a last resort, Mario could leap off Yoshi's back to safety. For their both safety, of course. From Super Mario World or first game. Maybe at least the first game. I keep forgetting that I need to use the right stick to rotate. This model is not like this is not. I'm trying to figure out how. This is a much more detailed Mario if you compare it to like this Mario. Like you don't even have any texture. It's just solid. The only texture is his eyes. Otherwise, it's just otherwise it's just solid colors everywhere. But oops, no, that was correct. Here we got like textures on the clothes, not like high quality texture. We got some stretching textures here. Ooh, that's some. Also on his snout, so I got this. So you can take a good look at those stretch the textures. And you got some textures on the side of the shoes. This is a little easy to see. He has darker shoes here than the other ones. I guess everything about him is darker. He's dark. But it's a nice model when I add all these amount of textures to it. We got some clipping going on here. Was pressing the wrong button. But I pressed the wrong button. Anyway. Whoa, cuteness stands max. I can't beat Rox. No. Cutie. Cutane. Hi, hello. Mario returned. Looks like you have returned. I am here and I will try maybe to get all trophies in Smash Bros. Melee. Ooh, good luck. I got all trophies including this one. Next one is Raccoon Mario. In Super Mario Bros. 3, Super Leaps caused Mario to grow raccoon ears and a tail. What kind of tail? Who knows? Is it raccoon though? Because I assume this was a tanuki, which is the Japanese term, which is English can be called a raccoon dog. A raccoon dog is not a raccoon. It is more research time. Raccoon dog. Okay. Yeah, raccoon dog. There's two raccoon dogs. There is the Chinese raccoon dog and the Japanese raccoon dog, which in Japanese is tanuki, but the Chinese one doesn't, because who cares about Chinese? Wait, how is this one called? Chinese. Oh yeah. The Chinese one was introduced to Europe and can be found in Finland, the most northern parts of Sweden and most of Europe. Yeah, they are. Anyway, they are raccoon dogs are not raccoons. They are canids, so basically dogs. What is a raccoon? A raccoon is. Yeah, it's not part of. It's not a dog. So it should be Dog Mario. Or Canid Mario would be more accurate. Anyway, by sprinting and rapidly wagging the tail, Mario gained the ability to fly. Interesting. For short periods, because raccoon dogs are known for flying. Like the cape in Super Mario World, the tail also reduced the speed at which he fell, making mid-air moves easier. Also, raccoon dog thing. Needless to say, real raccoons were jealous. Raccoon, what has... Yeah, this is the problem with having information like this, because this information is incorrect. What I think. If I go to Mario Wiki... What was it called? super leaf or something like that. And it is says here raccoon form, but if I go to raccoon form, I check the actually in Japanese it's called Tail Mario, not so. No notes here about, well, this technically is an raccoon, is a I think Yates likes the design like a Tanuki. But yeah, let's just take a word like a raccoon dog, which is more a dog than a raccoon, removing the dog part and just calling it raccoon. Isn't there like other terms, other animals are like that? You got like other people can probably come up with that. Like you have a term where you have two animal names, combining them into a new animal name, where the second name is what the animal actually is. And then you remove that and just keep the first part. I was thinking about red panda, which is called what is red panda can also be known as a lesser. What I was looking for, no, it can be known as a cat bear in some languages, because it is basically close to a bear. No, not really. Not really. It's neither a cat nor a bear or something. Lumini, no, why are you mean to me? I have fun. Oh, look, fun is only in the underwear. I wonder how that ended up like that. Anyway, Super Mario Bros. 3. Moving on to Metal Mario. Well, I mean my underwear. You like my underwear? Do you think it's cute? You got an eggplant. Metal Mario. Mario was in for a surprise the first time he hit a metal box in Mario 64. Well, I too would be in for us. Like, what would it be? Like, yeah, sure. I mean, if a real person were to hit a metal box, I think it will hurt them, not turn them into metal. So yeah, Mario would be surprised to actually turn into metal instead of just hurting his hand for just hitting a metal box. Who would hit a metal box? That sounds stupid. Eggplant. Or an aubergine. The metal cap that pop out transformed Mario into living metal, giving him great stamina, a heavy tread, and the ability to walk on the water. In Super Smash Bros., Metal Mario showed up as an incredibly stubborn mid-level boss. Wait, in Super Smash Bros. The original, no, he wasn't a mid-level boss. He was the third final battle, I think. You fight Metal Mario, then the Y-frames, and then Metal Head. The Metal Head Master. It's like the ending stretch of the classic. I don't think you know what the middle is. From Super Mario 64, is that where Metal Mario was? I never looked into this model or anything. I don't think there's anything interesting to see here. There's no texture or anything. Anyway, let's check out Metal Mario. Well, I see a seam in the texture on the backside. Looks very odd. Well, it's not a seam in the texture because there's no texture. This is just shiny stuff going on here. It's more like, because it's only in a specific spot. So I guess it's that the vertex that is there, the two vertices are not merged together. And no one saw that to fix it. Oh well. Moving on. Paper Mario, which is the best 3D model. The Star Rod. Bowser stole it. Oh, what has that to do with me? And Mario wants it back. Bowser versus Mario. Hopefully there's not a bunch of spoilers in these descriptions. It's familiar for Mario aficionados. But Paper Mario is novel. What this game brings to the 3D polygon-filled gaming world is its art style. Everything is wafer thin. What a concept. We've been using 3D so much, so it's time to go back to 2D. What the visuals lack in realism? Oh yeah, Nintendo 64 was the most realistic looking console. It more than made up for its unique artistry. I feel like every game, 2D or 3D, had tried to go for some kind of interesting art style because you couldn't really do realism. I mean, there were games that tried realism, but it didn't look realistic in any. Anyways, they would still have to go with some kind of art style to, because yeah, you can't make it realistic in any way on 64 or PlayStation 1. Yeah, like the way it phrases this is like, I feel like we've been playing 3D games for such a long time, it's time to go back to 2D or something like. Even though this came out on the first proper 3D console that Nintendo released. It released after PlayStation 1, so it wasn't the first 3D console, but still, but it was for the Mario aficionados who would only play Nintendo consoles. So this is the first Nintendo 3D console. So it's kind of weird to kind of go back to 2D at this point. Unless this was released on GameCube. Was it Paper Mario on 60? I don't remember. Maybe I'm completely wrong here. Because it doesn't give me any consoles. Paper Mario. No, it was the 64. The first game was on Nintendo 64. Yes. Then I remembered correctly. Good. Would have been a bit embarrassing if it wasn't Nintendo 64. And it was... I mean, to be fair, it was released in 2000, and the console was first released in 1996. So it was like 4 years after it was released, so at least it wasn't like immediately. I'll give it that. Let's look at the 3D model. Oh, beautiful. Look at those pixels. Look at the underside. Or the top side. Yeah. It's actually it's a bit shiny though. Ooh, like a, I guess just wanted to plastic. 2D trophies are like, I understand Paper Mario, but 2D trophies are kind of boring. I mean, they could have like does some kind of, what do you call it, relief, bumpiness. So it's still flat Paper Mario, but you still have like texture to it in 3D. Peach, Princess Peach presides. What is preside? What does that mean? Over the Mushroom Kingdom. That makes me because I know reside when you press someone's side. Fancy words. To act as president of championship, to exercise authority or control. I think that's what they meant. But I assume that's where president comes from. It's still kind of weird to call a princess to do president's duty. Wouldn't it be more apt to use a term like rule, because princess would be a ruler, or yeah, whatever. Precise basically governs, yeah, but a bit more United States. I mean, I would assume a region that has a president might use where precise would be more applicable to a region that doesn't have a president. You know, it's basically how I commented previously. Like, well, a different term for naming something is to Christian, but using the term Christian for naming sounds like something you would use in a region that has a high amount of Christians. While you could technically use it anywhere in the world, I just feel it to be odd if it has no connection to Christianity. Such as in Okami, which has nothing to do with Christianity, so I find it very off to have it in that game. But it does make sense for the United States, where it has been translated. But also for me, it comes... It's a bit off. It feels a bit off. Just that. Anyway. From a huge castle. A royal subject, Toad, because there's only one, does his best, and also they are Toad, and his name is Toad. Is his name Toad? Or are you just calling him by this species? Which is kind of... Maybe he's into that. It's such a weird thing, calling the species and a character the same thing. Typically because you create the character first and then it's like, no, this thing is a species. Okay, what is the species name? Well, the character's name. No, that's not how it works. Like, that's very stupid. Toad is a toad. Wow. And it's not even a toad. It's a mushroom. Well, it's a toadstool. Yes. Anyway, does his best to protect her, but always seems to fail spectacularly. Well, Peach does get kidnapped. Also, why is this trophy just called Peach? I mean, you have like Fox McCloud and Samus Aran, and then just Peach. Maybe it fit Princess Peach. His name was Toad before they decided to add more and just called them Toad. Yeah, it's one or the other way. Usually it's that way that goes. Like, I watched a YouTuber named Arlo, which I haven't watched a long time now. Which some of you might recognize, which is some blue fluffy monster. But whenever this species has been referred to, this species has been referred to as Arlos. Just taking his name and making it the species name. It just... Don't you realize the implications you make with it? Just make up a new name. Anyway. This is me and my world. I would never do that in my world building. And that's why in my world building, for example, the Pon universe or any universe I can make, only with animals, only mammals are anthropomorphic. All other non-mammal animals are not anthropomorphic. So when you have, for example, meat eaters, they could eat birds and fish and bugs and reptiles and stuff like that. But they would not eat mammals, of course. It would technically not be cannibalism, but it would be a crime. Mammalism. Besides her royal duties, Peach is interested in both tennis and golf. Only those two. She would never go and do anything else. Imagine her driving. Since she's so magnanimous, because again, whoever wrote these descriptions must have like brought out the dictionary and like, what word should we use here? This word is like, yeah. She'll even this dying to play a few matches with the evil bastard again. They're using so many words. Peach was first appeared in Super Mario Bros. Is that Super Mario Bros? Okay, Mario Bros was the this Mario and Luigi. Super Mario Bros was the where Peach was introduced. I don't know. I don't know if it's his first game at least. But it's chick model. Ooh. Okay, let's check the other side. Ooh. I don't know. Someone was curious, right? No, it's basically the amiibo. You just have the legs go into the flat underside. Well, it's not exactly. It's a bit 3D. But you got quite some details here. You got the hair horns and the crown. Not sure how it's based on. You got some details. Ooh. They have added. There are some details like always pressing the wrong button. For the gloves here, they actually have some speediness to it. That's neat. That is neat. And she got heels. Oh, that was changing the colors. Anyway, moving on to Luigi. Although Mario's younger brother has always played second fiddle, Luigi finally garnered the spotlight with his very own game, Luigi's Mansion. Things are looking up for the eternal understudy. He's even picked up his own rival in Waluigi. Today he's referred to as the lean, mean, green machine may not be too far off. Has it ever been referred to as the lean, mean, green machine? Don't know. First appears to... Is it first appeared in Mario Bros. Arcade? I assume that was when it first appeared, right? Because there's nothing too exciting. It's basically an enlarged Mario. Hi! Look at this! He has textures on the underside. See, this is why I had to check this secret. Mario did not have textures on the side of his feet, on his shoes, but they actually added textures. As I said, the only part of Mario that had texture was the eyes and the cap. But Luigi also has textures on the shoes. That's feels a bit odd. Actually, not only that, shoes overall has textures. The person wrong button. There's some texturing going on here. That's neat. Oh. Clipping. Anyway. Well, I didn't expect that. He also got a big butt. They have even 3D modeled his butt. Anyway, moving on. Hi, PP. Hello, Never. Luigi the goat. No, Luigi is humanesque. You say that too. Yeah, Elora, you're the goat. No, I'm a fawn, you doink. Thank you for lurking, Never, and thank you for doing your daily fruit redeem. That's the strawberry vacuum Luigi. No, they should have changed that to Hoover Luigi for the UK release. Obviously they wouldn't because that's a brand name. In a strange twist of fate, Luigi wins a huge mansion in a contest. I assume that's the intro of the game as far as I remember. He didn't even enter. And he accepted that. Because Luigi has no concept of scams. If someone says that you have won a competition or a contest that you never entered, you should assume that's a scam. And the place turns out to be haunted. Wow, it was a scam. After meeting a weird professor named Elvin God, Luigi enters the place armed with a flashlight and a ghost-sucking vacuum cleaner. Okay, I guess they kept the word flashlight. Okay. I know that in British tentacle torch. Because why change terms when you have classic terms like torch? Mario's trapped somewhere in there. Can Luigi say me? What did Mario come from? Parked Luigi from Luigi's Mansion. Is there anything interesting to see? Oops, need to model again. The color is different from this. This is very, very strong green and blue, and this is not so strong green and blue. More realistic. Is it just me, or is this just how he looks in the game? Because his head is so tall. His head is like as high as tall as his body. Hey, Did you know Luigi canonically has a huge PP? I did not know that. Uh, and it depends on what canon you're following, I guess, because there's apparently many canons. Well, it looks like a normal vacuum cleaner I've seen, and aside from it having a ghost sucking ability, I've used a normal non-ghost sucking vacuum cleaner that's not too far from this. Although the front piece is different because this does not look convenient to use on the floor. But yeah. Aside from this, I guess. Well, I wanted to mean on the shoes because the shoes are textured, but they don't have any details to them. But this is a texture. You can see it. Well, I'm not sure if you can determine this. One way you can determine this a texture is that you have these changing colors all over. You got like orangey spot there. You would get that through texture. Well, now you know. Well, I still don't know because I don't know which canon you're talking about. Bowser. Bowser has a long history of kidnapping Princess Peach to lure his nemesis Mario into traps. He leads an enormous group of mischievous creatures, not the least of which are his 7 children. Are these his children? I don't remember them being his children. With outrageous strength, flammable breaths, and more sparks than you can shake a star rod at. What do you even mean by that? Bowser is a constant threat. Super Mario Bros. Yeah, speaking of using phrases, do you even know what this phrase means? Look at this texturing. Got the body texture is really low quality, and then got leg and arm texture that are high quality. But I guess this is what you would expect from a cheap. Also, the body texture is also used on the inside of the shell. But I guess this is what you would expect from a cheap plastic figure that you can get for 1 coin. Spike tail. Can we zoom in on the inside of the shell? Yes, but he doesn't have back. By the looks of it. Very hard to see, but yeah. Ooh, he also got 4 pads, I guess. I don't know what you would call that. Big flat things just to walk on. Oh, I want to go into the mouse. We got his tongue there at least. We got his tongue. Would that have anything to do with that not safe for work Mario parody that in the board so it couldn't be published without the permission of the technical canon? That's not how canon works. Is that a dragon? I think this is a dinosaur. Oh, it's just a daddy Bowser. I'm a sucker for Bowser. It's just... Oh, you came in as I was looking around on the model. Yes, it's just Bowser. Yes, Bowser. No, it's daddy Bowser. Of Bowser. I assume he's the father of Bowser Jr., but I don't think he's the father of the Koopalings. But no, I will, as usual, as you know, I don't like misinformation. Just because Nintendo owns something, even if Nintendo owns something that has to do with Mario, does not make it canon. And I mean, like I get the attempt at a joke, like, oh, Nintendo owns this, so therefore it's canon. Like I get it, the attempt at a joke, but it's not even funny because it's not true because that's not how canon works. So I don't know. It's tried to come up with an equivalent, but I couldn't. He is the father of the Koopalings. Maybe he's then. And Bowser Jr. is Bowser's younger self in the... Okay. If you say so, I was wrong then, I guess. Moving on to Toad. Toad Peach's longtime servant first showed off his strength in Super Mario Bros. 2. Then what does it say? No, because he didn't show off his strength in Super Mario Bros. Because he was prepared there, but he wasn't playable until Super Mario Bros. 2, which is a mod-ish to Doki Doki Panic, which is the original game that I guess Nintendo bought the rights to, because a lot of the characters that appears there, like Shy Guy, Birdo, and other characters, were original to Doki Doki Panic, which had nothing to do with Mario. I guess Nintendo must have bought the rights to the whole thing and just kept the characters or something. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. And his adopted son, yes, Bowser adopted himself. Well, it does make sense. I mean, if you met your younger self who has traveled into the future and presumably will travel back into the past again to continue living to become you, you certainly would take care of yourself, right? Yeah. Then prove it to be an agile driver in Super Mario Kart. There are many Toads in Peach's Castle. Wait, Toads with a capital T, so like multiple characters just named Toad. And across the Mushroom Kingdom. And although they look similar, they have varied natures. Do not the best of gods, Toad must often be rescued. Oh, really? I tried to switch. Well, again, the same thing here. In this case, only this hat is textured with 4 dots. Everything else is untextured. It's a good. This is untextured because this face is right. It's 3-dimensional. You got some nice shoes, and I've seen people say that this is a diaper. Nappy, if you want. And I mean, I guess I could see that. Imagine if they made that officially. Actually went into it and actually made it like that. But I guess it's just some shorts-ish trousers. Wario. He looks quite pale. He has quite a big mouth that flips through the heart. An old... that's already looking at it. An old acquaintance of Mario's. His failure to seize Mario's castle. Does Mario have a castle? Has fueled Wario's desire for a palace of his own. Wario has Herculean strength and can do things that even Mario can't imitate. And that Mario probably doesn't even want to imitate. His unexpected skills include a talent to which items and the ability... Wait. His unexpected skills include a talent with items. Okay, he has a talent with items. And the ability to assume many roles. Like Mario. But I guess it's unexpected that Wario would have the same ability. Among them, a snowman, a zombie, and a bear. That's interesting. I assume first appearance is Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. And here is Wario himself. For some reason, he has printed some M's on his fist. Oh, is it W's? When he looks at them. But when he holds down his fist like this, it looks like an M. I understand. And he got some kind of... No secrets here. Nope. uh, elf shoes of some for some reason. An explanation of that, and his nose is very pink. Maybe he got his model taken while he was sick. Like it does not fit in with his face. It's just there is no transition. I could see someone having a pinkish nose, but well, I assume you wouldn't have a hard cut off between the nose and the rest of the face. And here is a Daisy, the princess of Tharasaland. I didn't remember that. So Tharasaland, how is that relation to the Mushroom Kingdom? Tharasaland sounds better than Mushroom Kingdom. Daisy met Mario when he helped defeat the evil alien Tadtanga in Super Mario Land. Princess Daisy is a bit of a tomboy when compared to her counterpart Princess Peach. But compared to the average girl, she is very feminine. After her appearance in Mario Golf, some gossip started portraying her as Luigi's answer to Mario's speech. And with the big statue of Daisy and Luigi together in that Mario Kart track, they probably didn't help. And I assume first appearance in Super Mario Land. Well, you got some big earrings, a lot of flower design. I wonder why that might be the case. Not textured hair for some reason, because Peach didn't have that. Some big eyelashes, and a very, I don't know, how do you read this facial expression? How do you know the facial expression? Like quite a detailed crown, more detailed than Peach for some reason. Why does Daisy have a more detailed model than Peach? And if in case you want to check inside the head, we even do it. There is no secret here. Some people say that, oh, there is a secret eye. There is no secret eye. You've been lied. No, it's the Japanese version and the first version released in North America that has the bug texture. But subsequent releases of the game does not have that. Let's take a look here. I was going to say, wait, the legs are floating. No, yeah, the legs are floating. Ooh. Perfect. How does this make sense? Why didn't they just push the legs all the way to the dress? The floating legs. This model, this trophy will not hold together quite well. Smirk. I was just looking at the legs. Although you could say that kind of naughty of me, looking at the legs under the dress. You wanna see my legs under my dress? No worries, they do poke out because my dress is not floor length. But ads will play, and I've not even gone through the whole Mario trophies yet. Well, I guess I had a lot to say at the very start. I will probably have less to say for future trophies. So we'll continue looking through trophies after a 3 minutes break. So we'll see you in 3 minutes. And hope you see you all there. Oops, I pressed the snooze button. I must have pressed the ads button. Anyway, see you very soon. Whoa, the sword bunnies are coming. Fills the water. I got my own dress wet. Okay, let's see. What are you talking about here? While I was gone. What do you mean it's 43% Q today? Oh my, not too high. It's fine. You are fine. Of all the people, Oriman is the most fine. I don't remember. I don't remember his fine with that. Nice word. It's always like mediocre word. Fine. Fine can be used so much. Sense of referring to subjective quality. Oh. Well, I mean, in my subjective opinion, which it would be subjective because in my opinion, and fun, what do you mean fun? I'm kind of messed up that reading. Yeah, I mean, sure, it is subjective for what my taste in Riemann is on. So, of superior quality. Yeah, basically what I was referring to. A fine specimen. That's what Riemann is. Delicate, subtle, exquisite, artful, dexterous. That's very different. Anyway, however, let's go back to the game. Because we have more things to explore. Like the next model. Plum. Which looks very different. I wish it told me here which universe like it was, because I have sorted by game. But it doesn't tell me yeah, it doesn't tell me here. Which is a shame. I wish it told me. I know when it's switched over, but maybe it's quite obvious because they probably start with the main. Plum is one of the first playable golfers in Mario Golf. This is not all that strong, so her drives tend to lack distance. On the other hand, her strike area is large and allows for refined control. She's a very stable golfer, both well balanced and easy to master, which makes her a favorite among beginners and pros alike. From Mario Golf. Usually with a skirt. Well, okay, is this to zoom in if we're getting that? Well, why only wear? I know. Like, I think I've seen like golfers only wear one glove. But why would you choose to only wear one glove? What's like the reason? Very sparkly eyes. Very wait. The ear looks weird. I'm criticizing your ear. Can really zoom in on these models. I like that feature. Let's peek everywhere under this model. Ooh. Oops, that was zoom in. that was zoom all the way back out. But only this foot here looks. That's fine. Oh, I looked at the wrong angle. They have sometimes they really add the details to the side of the feet. As Sakurai said, he gets 3D models so he can look on the underside of them. Waluigi, which kind of feels weird that Waluigi wouldn't be before Plum, but okay. This tall, thin, evil-looking guy, that seems a bit judgmental, seems to be Luigi's rival. He works hard at his mischief. Maybe he's a evil then. Waluigi reportedly spent a lot of time training for his debut in Mario Tennis, by honing his ability to antagonize the Mario Brothers. While it's general knowledge that he's the same age as Luigi, his relationship to Wario is unclear. Okay, what did that have to do with age? This debut was mine. It really should say like debut. The butt. He does have a butt. Somewhat detailed butt. Kinda hard to see, but already the shapes of this little model is kinda weird, like how it I'm overanalyzing the hips here, but the way it kind of bulges out around the hips here, kind of hard to see when it's so dark. I don't know if any other light will help. It kind of looks like he's wearing something big underneath his overalls. Anyway, he also got these elf-looking shoes. He got the gamma symbol on his hat. Like I get flipping Mario's M for Mario upside down, so it becomes a W, so it's Wario. Which also works in Japanese because wa means something like evil or something. Exactly. Greek gamma or Cyrillic G. G. But it doesn't really work for Waluigi. You just take the L and flip it upside down. That would be like Guigi. Bob Omb. These little guys are just what they appear to be, walking bombs. Pick one up and hurl it for an incredibly potent attack. If no one picks them up, Bob Bombs light their own fuses and start wandering about around armed and dangerous. In Super Mario 64, Bob Bombs chased Mario down once they noticed him. Pink Bob Bombs are nice and capable of speech. Oh my. They should have pink Bob Bombs as an item in Smash Bros. Separate from the black Bob Bombs. So you can and they appeared in Super Mario Bros. 2, so there were no Bob Bombs in the first one. Then I think, unless the information provided is wrong. Well, the fuse seems to have been lit in at some point. But yeah, but anyway, they should have pink Bob Bomb. And then it speaks. And you try to pick it up. You can pick it up and throw it at people. You just start throwing at it. Maybe it can explode. But it wouldn't light itself. But it would speak. Okay. Swamp. Swamps spend most of their time suspended in midair. What do they eat? Waiting. When Mario passes below, they crash down with amazing speed. As you may guess from their appearance, they're heavy and solid enough to make any attack on them futile. Small ones are called wimps because they are wimps. Despite their weight, they often form groups and bounce around. Not sure what that had to do with their weight, but Super Mario Bros. 3. They got some angry face. Well, it's not neat modeling. Nothing too spectacular. Bombs have always been a weird creature to me. Like, what do they eat? Do they eat? Laquito. These airborne menaces use... Menaces? I don't know. I only barely know anything. Used to ride their clouds exclusively as Bowser's henchmen. They typically hover just out of Mario's reach and hurl spinies with irritating precision. Oh well, okay, I can see why they are menaces then. More recently, however, they've been known to take on less evil tasks, such as doing camera work for sports events, and even helping Mario on his quests. Yes, I do agree. Those are a small amount of evil to them. Those camera workers at sport events. They might not be fully evil, but they are the lesser evils. Confirmed by Melee. First appearance Super Mario Bros. That's when they show up and throw spinies. Here it is. Textured eyes. Minimal face. Oh, this is Cloud. This, I assume, would be the Laquito. Laquito. I don't know, I don't speak English. As far as I've been informed, it should be Laquito. Because that's how it is. Interestingly, I was get a close look at those eyes. Because the eyes are on the face, but then they poke through the glasses. The glasses are solid and not see-through, which makes sense. That's when you push your pupils through the glasses. That kind of... Oh, the Cloud got a butt. I mean, it kind of looks like a butt, doesn't it? Is that the first thing you thought of, Fun? Yes, it was. Banzai Bill! Yes. Which is not a bullet bill. Bullet bills are shot out of cannons and... Why are we talking about bullet bill? This is a Banzai bill. And fly on straight paths. In great numbers, they're a nightmare. Well, wouldn't that be the truth for everything? While Mario can stop most with a single jump, the giant one, a Banzai bill, here we go, is much tougher to avoid. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, only Banzai bills can be seen. They burrow into Princess Peach's castle and then detonate with immense power. First appearance of Mario Bros. Did Banzai bill appear in Super Mario Bros. Or did Bullet bills appear? Just so we get the information correct, because they kind of talked about both. They don't have an interesting backside, I guess. Is this the actual model they used in game? Because the thing with trophies in Melee is that they have a lot of original models, I assume. Because I assume the Mario model and the Peach model didn't exist before they were originally made for this game. And I could assume a lot of the models are based on older artwork. Cloud with a chance of butt. With a definite butt. But in Brawl, which we'll get to next week, I guess, they just copy 3D models from games, pictures and all, straight from the games, post them and lock them, I guess, into 3D meshes and include that in the game, which is a much faster process than having to make original models. Boomba. Boombas are actually traitors who've defected from the Mushroom Kingdom's forces. They're a slow and predictable nuisance, as they always try to wander into Mario's path. Fortunately for Mario, they don't have much stamina, as a single jump on their head is generally enough to defeat them. You know what? That might apply to a lot of enemies, and a lot of things in real life too. There's probably a lot of things we can use for Mario to jump and stomp their heads on, and that probably will defeat them. But anyway, that was kind of morbid. But they brought it up. Super Mario Bros. So what? So they are toads that have defected? Or did all the Goombas, which were a different species, all defect at the same time? Or is just this how a toad looks like when after they have defected? Well, I guess there's not much model. The pupils are textured. And there's like that's what the thing is. Oh wait. Koopa Troopa. Common soldiers in Bowser's army, Koopa Troopas can retreat into their shells. Unbelievable as it may seem, they're clearly unaware of being kicked and sent sliding when in this position. How? Because they keep inside the shells as long as the shell is moving around, but they escape when they stop moving. There are many Koopa types, each with a different shell color and unique traits. They all wear t-shirts and shorts under their shells, do they? In Super Mario 3D World, I think they only wear undershirt, like tank tops. I should make an artwork of a female Koopa Troopa where Mario jumps on the shell and they are being sent out in their underwear. Anyway, it's fun to do that. Or running after the shell as it then runs away at a high speed. Runs away. Oh, I'm on yoga outfit now. Hello, Kate. Nibbles the bun bun. But you're the cutie one. You should be nibbled. Guess there's nothing too interesting. Like, you got interesting yellow underside of the shoes. There is nothing inside the shell as to be expected. Interestingly, the inside of the arms and this white rim around the whole shell is fully modeled. That's interesting. Although you wouldn't see that normally unless you click inside the thing. Got quite a long neck too. You got a pizza. Koopa Paratroopa. These winged Koopa Troopas can fly, but they're none too smart. They tend to spend a lot of their time simply jumping or fluttering around a smaller area until they die. As a result, no one exactly thinks of them as majestic, soaring creatures. They lose their wings and can become normal Koopa Troopas if Mario or Luigi jumps on their backs. As we know, as we learn from this whole descriptions, Toms will never try to crush a Luigi. It's only when Mario shows up. A Luigi. A Luigi! And Koopa Paratroopas will only revert back to normal Koopa Troopas if only Mario or Luigi jumps them. If anyone else does that, nothing happens. I don't know. Obviously it doesn't matter who jumps on them, but weird when they do specific like that. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. This one is low quality for some reason. It does not have the same quality as the other one. What happened? They could just copy the other one, use that as things. No, they only remade the model and just save some time. Just make it lower quality. Shoes looks better though. I mean, lower quality. I am excited. I have a potential new job. If all goes according to plan. All according to plan. I really hope it works out for you. I do wish you the best. Because I mean, not because, but I would also like to have a job. It really is tricky sometimes. So I really hope you actually get the job. And yeah. I hope it works out. Boo! These shy spirits inhabit Mario's world and have been known to vanish or freeze when met face to face. In recent years, they seem to have overcome their fear in order to pursue tennis and other social activities. They usually appear in groups and fly in formation. From time to time, giant boos make surprise appearance. Boos don't showed up in Super Mario Bros. 3. And this is probably one of the texture-wise very simple models. The mouse is textured though. It like fades into the red. It got like a tiny tail. 3D modeled face, which means that regardless of how much you zoom in, it will always be high quality. I mean, except for seeing the vertices. Quite a lot of vertices. Me too. If I was, me too. If what I looked up is right, it pays 16 an hour, and I would be praying for full time. I would be praying full time, so could make 161 a month after rent, and phone bill I have 1776. That's a lot of numbers. Well, that means that you have a lot of money left over. That's good. That's very good. I have no idea how it looks in, like, what even possibilities I have. I got some money for studying, but that's all spent on rent. Unfortunately. Yeah, we'll see what the future holds. When I had a job back in the day, I got like 100 an hour. Well, that's of course a different currency. In this case, I guess the currency doesn't matter. You have a certain amount of money to use. Hydrate. Hello, copper. Yeah, I've already decided what my two first pictures because I have built a new desktop. Ooh, does that mean desktop computing? Because I would need, because as I'm going to move out to my own place, most likely with someone special, it would be very useful to have a computer because I'm just lending a computer. You know. So we'll see how that goes. Koopa clown car, but it looks like there's someone in it. Bowser's single-seat personal airship doesn't exactly handle like a dream. Seems like he's flying around with it pretty good for as little as I've seen him use it. But it wasn't designed to be sporty. No, it looks to be designed to be goofy. The Koopa clown car was made to carry Bowser's huge weight. Are you trying to say that he's massive? And not to mention a logic-defying arsenal of massive bowling balls. Not handballs. In Super Mario World, Mario busted the Koopa clown car by pelting it with Mecha Koopas. Oh, spoilers! From Super Mario World. Big smile. They didn't do the smile in 3D, so no. No! Tank! No, not again. Well, we did this like 2 times already today. This is the 3rd time. 3 times. Navigate. Oh. Ryzen 9 7900X RTX 3070 33 GB RAM. 33 is a very interesting number. Because I was like 36, 30, 34, but 33 is interesting. At 4 TB. Ooh. SSD. That's a large one. That must be expensive. Although SSD prices actually. Although at the same time, before. 32, yeah. Felt a bit weird with 33. Well, the only I know and what I know is RAM, amount of RAM and hard drive space. And otherwise, it's just a bunch of random numbers. I haven't been into the graphics cards, all that for 1,251 before taxes. Well, but then you need a motherboard. But maybe you counted that. I guess that was a case to put it in, I guess. Green, but maybe you had that too. Yeah. A keyboard and mouse. Which probably also already happened. But I guess that's a good amount of money. Not too much if I do some quick calculations in my head. Yeah, I would probably be able to afford something like that. Maybe prices have gone down since the cryptocurrency craze has died down a bunch. Because that's ruined a lot of stuff. Roxy's with a cucumber and a headband. Thank you. I was looking at this sweet model which I found it kind of odd that the mouse was modeled. Had propellers on the bottom and he's sitting inside of it, but what I wanted to see is, was there some kind of no, there is no seat inside of it. It doesn't even have legs. It's just a bone bottom here. It looks weird. It looks weird when you look at it like that. Oh, well, I was hoping for to find a secret seat. And that's 12,600 Swedish krona, which is singular, not plural, but by the way. Yeah, you basically multiply it by 10. It is a bunch of money. It's more than I make a month at the moment. And look at our Switch 16-bit. 16-bit? That looks 3D to me. Well, you can still do 16 bits in 3D. Viruses. So these contagious viruses makes life difficult for Dr. Mario. They infect everything they come into contact with, and the good doctor who was stopped being Doctor was listed over evil things, I guess. Or non-heroic things, I meant to say. The non-heroic good doctor must attempt to neutralize them with his trusty mega vitamins. Dr. Mario can stop these pesky germs by lining up mega vitamins with capsules of the same color as the nasty microorganisms. Well, they're using US spelling for these words here, so it's definitely the US descriptions unmodified for the European release. As expected. Well, they have funny faces. No details on the statues used. Sometimes they have surprising details added for some reason. Well, what is this? A dog? What is this? I could say like a dog, a cat, maybe a mouse. Barely based on animals in that case. Only one got a tail as well. Interesting. Appeared in Dr. Mario. My mom's favorite game, Dr. Mario. It's never played it. Or even spun on a warm hugs, please enjoy. It's Birdo, who for some reason is flat. This one I don't get. I've talked about that before. I get Paper Mario being flat. I get characters that have a very flat appearance appearing flat. But why would you make Birdo flat? I understand that Birdo here is the pixel sprite design like used in the original game. But that would be the same for every other character too. Because they also, not every other character, but several other characters are also from the 2D games, but have 3D models anyways. It's just odd when you do this sometimes. I think they're just lazy. I think they just use the 2D sprite because the Birdo does appear as a 2D sprite in the level. But still, it's odd. First in Super Mario Bros. 2, the mod of Donkey Panic. Birdo is known for shooting eggs and fireballs from a mouth. Mario and his friends would have to jump onto the eggs in midair, pick them up. Because that's how you do. A certain bracket. Long missing from the Nintendo scene, Birdo recently appeared in the Mario Tennis and Super Mario Advance. First been Super Mario Bros. Yes, that's how you catch something mid-air. You jump up in the air, you land onto the thing that you want to pick up, and then you pick it up. Well, I guess there's not much to look at when you have one like this. So flat. Pidgeot. Pidgeots are wingless birds enchanted by the vegetable-hating wart to be the bearers of bad dreams. They live in a Stopgone, a land contained within Mario's dreams, where they fly around on magic carpets. Because they got no wings. Mario and friends, not his friends, were able to use, now we're getting spoilers, these carpets for short distances once they dislodged the piloting Pidgeot. Dislodged? That's a fancy way of saying murdered. Thank you for the thumb ups. To Mario Bros. 2. Well, here we got a 3D carpet with a 2D bird. And a trophy that wouldn't make sense in real life because it's floating. 7 coats with birds, probably half of them from Klonoa 2 Dream Champ Tournament. Actually, how many coats with birds does not come from that game? Well, can you find all 7 bird coats? I mean, it's not hard to find all 7 bird coats. The bird will have a very clean butt, but I am curious if which... Yep, that was Klonoa 2 Dream Champ Tournament as well. I shouldn't talk so much about bird butts. That's 2 of 7 codes from that game. How high can we go? How far can this streak go on for? Oh, well, I guess that's how far we reached for the streak. Well, birds are stored in the balls. Oh, Pokemon Crystal, yes. Well, there is 4 more quotes. You can check those as well because I know there are more quotes about birds. I'm drawing the bird's butt against the ceiling. There we go. Back to that kill again. So is the Pokemon Crystal the only quote? No, it might be another one for Pokemon Crystal about birds. Careful, they almost showed you Spargon in the bird's butt. That's 5. 2 more quotes with birds. And 4 of these 5 has been from the same game. Oh, there we go. Pokemon Emerald was there was another one for Pokemon. Where's the flip ability so I can flip a bird? Another Pokemon bird butt? What do you mean bird butt? Yeah, there's last one is from the same game. It shoved its back into the verse, but related to the previous one from the same game. The from Pokemon Emerald was one that I added recently. Previously, 5 out of the 6 quotes were of the same game, and if we go back even further, so before basically December 2024, all quotes about birds were from the same game, and that was for several months as well. On the 20th, 5 out of 7 bird quotes from one game. One single game, and presumably one single level too. Now they are from different dates, so could still be the same level though. I know there was a lot of codes from the same level. Super Mushroom. Super Mario Bros. Veterans will recognize these power-up which hide inside brick blocks. I thought they hid inside question blocks. And help Mario and Luigi withstand enemy attacks. There was some question blocks that was masked as brick blocks, but they behaved like question blocks though. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, they temporarily turn your character into a giant. Many of it permanently turned until you got hit. That would be an interesting system. Not only will your size and strength increase, but so will your math, making it harder for foes to knock you off. From Super Mario Bros. Well, I guess there's not too much excitement in this one. It's textured. You got shading texture, you got some eyes. You got a flat underside. Poison Mushroom. And every bird quote from the game referred to bird blood. Yep. And the two from Pokemon, the one is about balls, and the other one is about flipping a bird. So they're all naughty in some way. Poison mushrooms made their debut in Super Mario All-Stars, where they'd cost characters a life if picked up. These nasty fungi are dark and foul tasting, and in Super Smash Bros. Melee they make you shrink on contact. Did Melee introduce the concept of shrinking by them? Or is that just a Smash Bros. Thing, and now we are seeing in Mario? With your diminished stature comes a loss of power and mass, making you a prime target to get smashed off screen without even a light attack. What? So, if you're... Okay, I tried to make it from Super Mario All-Stars. I tried to make a prime number joke, but it looks basically the same. It's like slightly different shading, and it got an angry face, as much as you can see with this resolution. In Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels, Poison Mushroom caused damage. Yes, he said that. In Super Mario All-Stars, which is the collection of which features Super Mario Lost Levels, right? Which is the original Super Mario Bros. Lost Levels is the name outside of Japan, but its original name is Super Mario Bros. 2. Anyway, moving on. Fire flower. What has the flower done to be fired? Once you grab this item, press and hold down the A button to make the flower breathe flame. It doesn't even have a mouth. Until its power gives up. The fire flower is incredibly useful when you want to push someone off the edge of a stage. Well, not if you just want to cause damage. It's Super Mario Bros. Usually you talk about the game first and then about Smash Bros. It transformed Mario into Fire Mario, changing his garb and enabling him to throw fireballs. Appeared in Super Mario Bros. He got a bit of a blushy face. An 3D model, I think. Because I played this game, does every character from this game count as a 3D model so I can add as plushies? As in, do you want each to be a plushie? No content. Maybe it was like flaming balls or something. Balls of fire. Let's search for fire or flame. Well, I guess search for fire, then search for flame. Coin. The Mushroom Kingdom is dotted with these mysterious coins. There seems to be an endless supply hidden in various blocks, and Mario gains an extra life when he manages to collect 100 of them. No one can confirm whether or not these coins are actually used as the currency of the Mushroom Kingdom. But the safe assumption. But don't you like pay? Aren't there some of these Mario games where you do pay with coins? Also, I don't remember this person playing Mario Bros. I don't remember the coin having a star in it though. I could be wrong. Well, I wouldn't be wrong about me remembering, but I thought it was like a line. Maybe just different currencies. A metal box does not look very metal. First spotted in Super Mario 64, the metal box holds the power to turn your character briefly into heavy metal. Heavy metal. Your mass is exponentially greater while metallic. Here's a fact. Here's a fact about our world. Making it difficult for others to throw you. Be careful though. Not only will you move a bit slower, but you'll also fall much more quickly than you ordinarily would. That's not how bigger mass works. From Super Mario 64. Debuted in Super Mario 64. What a surprise there. The expansion board is actually 3D, which is a neat effect. But otherwise, this is all there is to it. Can you see this? And you've seen every size of the block. Starman! This item makes you invulnerable to all attacks for a short period of time. The Starman bounces around and eventually tumbles out of the stage. But all you need to do is touch it to power up. It possessed similar powers in Super Mario Bros. Except you could have also harm enemies by just touching them while under its influence. Why didn't they add that in Smash Bros? Like you can't attack them anyway. Thank you for searching for Bird. Bird will have very clean butt. So yeah, because all 7 quotes are now part of the last 30 quotes, this means that it will always cycle the one that was the longest since we saw. So it has the numeric IDs in a list of 30. If the quote it calls up here is one of those, it will take that slot and just move it to the front. If the quote that is shown is not part of this 30, it will remove the last one in the list and add the one it just showed at the front of the list. And when you search for a term, it first finds all the quotes that matches your search term, and then it goes through this list of 30 quotes from the start of it and moving back. And if it matches a quote from this list with the ones it searched for, it removes from the searching. And it continues through this to either it has moved through all the 30 recent quotes, or the list of searched quotes have reached a single entry. And after it's done this, If you only have a single entry left over in your search, it will display it. If you have more than one entry, it will pick one at random. And that's how it works. Yeah, it's not much. Well, there's something here. We have some overlaying issue. For some reason it displays. I'm viewing from below, but for some reason it displays the arms above the legs. That makes sense. Was it? Is it because it's semi-transparent? Because if you have transparency, a lot of errors occurs when you have transparent things overlaid on transparency. Can I assume it's supposed to be transparent? But I can't see the bubbles through it. Bucket! Urimin is a bucket of joy. In the Mario and Wario, an excellent game released only in Japan. This hidden item gets placed on Mario's head, rendering him sightless. The fairy Wanda then guides the helpless Mario past numerous obstacles to the god. The M on the bucket becomes a W when turned upside down, signifying that Mario has fallen under Wario's wicked control. See, that's kind of clever, I guess. So reaming his pump on water has been sweet and joy. Hey, it's my favorite character, Bucket! Mario and Wario, Japan only. Well, it's a bucket. It got some detailing to it. Okay, pressing the button. Breezy! Breezy slip and slide along smooth surfaces and will happily slide off the edge of a stage if left alone. In Mario Bros, they would stop and freeze portions of the ground. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, they can be picked up and hurled as weapons. Hit a foe with a freezy, and he or she will be temporarily encased in a huge block of ice. First played in Mario Bros. Arcade. So in the original game, they just froze the ground. It got like a crystal in the center with a transparent outside. I haven't looked at. There it is, unobstructed. As best as I can do it. There you go. There it is. Green shell. Green shell. Hit to throw a green shell and it'll follow the contours of the environment, causing heavy damage to any character it hits. These Koopa shells have many uses in the Mario series. They've been picked up, kicked, thrown, swallowed, and even spit out because it didn't taste good. Mario just uses them as tools to pummel Bowser's numberless henchmen, attacking Koopas with their own shell. Super Mario Bros. Well, it's a shell. It's got a shell. It got opening on both sides. It got no opening, so it got an opening for head and tail, but no opening for feet and arms. Okay, cool. Red shell. Throw a red shell and it will home in on random characters. Isn't it the closest character? And send them flying straight up. Red shells moving around at the surface are dangerous to all players, but they also but they may also prevent. But they may also present attack chances for players with good timing and strategy. Red shells won't leave the platform they're on once they start moving. But if they're not moving, they're also not going to leave the platform because they're not moving. Also appearing in Super Mario Bros. And this one is basically the same as the green one, but it's red. You know, openings for legs and arms. Vegetable. These vegetables, which first appeared in Super Mario Bros. 2, can be plucked from the ground and hurled at enemies. Unlike regular veggies, they often sport eyes or even faces. In fact, when Princess Peach plucks them from the ground to use as projectiles, the expressions on their faces dictate of how much damage they'll do. First playing Super Mario Bros. You have to get like crazy faces. These happy, nice faces are not worth much damage, but it's like angry face. I try to remember. Dizzy face. And there's like the one they called Stitch face or something. Turnip is happy. Turnip is happy. Racing cart. Famous racing cars from the ever-popular Mario Kart racing series come loaded for speed with 3 different engine styles. Didn't... Yeah, but the first game only had 2, and then since Wii U, there's 4. 50, 100, and 150 cubic centimeters, which for whatever reason people insist on using that instead of milliliters. And I will never get why. These are the things I comment on. Because as soon as you reach 1000 cubic centimeters, and that's also not how you write cubic centimeters, by the way. Now and then, as soon as you reach 1000, people start speaking in liters. But if it's below 1 liter, it's not milliliters for some reason. But you're using milliliters just in cubic centimeters. Instead of writing milliliters, ml, instead insist on writing cubic centimeters the wrong way. Oh well. People are weird. What can I say? The car's handling differs with the characters driving them, but all of them utilize the Mario Kart standards like drift, jump, and turbo. And well, yeah, there's turbo like mushrooms and turbo pass. Because not every game has this mini turbo for drifting them. They're extremely durable and impossible to total. Ew, it's a racing kart. Debuted in Super Mario Kart. Yeah, because the first Mario Kart was on Super NES. It's a kart with pedals, steering wheel, non-steering wheels. You got 3 steering wheels. You got the one that you grab onto to steer, and you got the front 2 wheels that actually causes the part to steer. Therefore, they are steering wheels. It's a joke. They got some textures on these tires. Got a lot of textures going on here. There's Mario on the steering wheel. I think back pocket. Now we're moving on. Mega vitamins. Mega vitamins come in 6 colors combinations of red, blue, and yellow. 6 color combinations. Yeah, because they can't be the same. It must be 2 different colors. You can't have a red. Because otherwise I had 9 combinations. Dr. Mario uses these capsules by tossing them into contaminated bottles to destroy viruses. The origin of these wonder pills is a mystery. I thought you ordered to define Mario as being the one who researched and developed these pills. But the most likely theory is that they're the result of Dr. Mario's lifelong efforts to find a cure for the common cold. Well, there we go. That's what it comes from. Dr. Mario. He's a game they appearing. Dr. Mario. We got some writing, but it's so low resolution you can't tell what it is. Let's just say like I was going to say it's like Nintendo, but that doesn't actually work. This spotted thing here, it does have red dots, dark dots. That's quite far into the part. I'm experimenting with the transparency because you can have. Can you get all three transparencies to lay on top of each other? Probably. You can get the red one to touch both the yellow and blue at the same time, but that's not. Princess Peach's Castle. This trophy is very high detailed. Princess Peach's Castle's. Well, Princess Peach's magnificent royal castle appears to be inhabited solely by the princess and a multitude of toads. That does seem weird to use the term solely for that. This real-world city seems to only be inhabited by humans and other mammals. Bowser tried to steal the castle's power stars in Super Mario 64. Spoiler. And in Paper Mario, the surely Archfiend actually lifted the castle into the stratosphere with his own filthy fortress. Sounds like he should clean his fortress. First appeared in Super Mario 64. He did not have a castle before that. Their names are also all. Yeah, they're weird. Kind of a joke where everyone from the city Göteborg, also known as Gothenburg, is known as Glenn. Every single person. How accurate is this model to Mario 64? Well, I mean, it's only this amount of it. The fence is laid out of watching. Well, I was thinking, like, imagine if you put this into Super Mario 64. Okay, I think I reached the end of Mario and moved over to Yoshi, which is kind of like a sub-series of Mario. Because Yoshi appeared as a character now. It has more texture than in Super Mario 64. Yoshis are gentle. Again, you can't call the character Yoshi, but then also call the species Yoshi. That's just weird. Are gentle, fleet of foot dinosaurs, which I don't know what it means, that make their home on idyllic Yoshi Island. Again, using fancy words, just use fancy words. They come in a variety of colors and have evolved an interesting trait. To help increase their numbers. They can transform anything they sold into an egg. But that doesn't mean it's a Yoshi. Like, Yeah, Yoshi laid the egg, but that doesn't make it a Yoshi egg in the sense of the egg will hatch a Yoshi. And in fact, eggs doesn't seem to hatch Yoshi. Doesn't the Yoshis use the eggs as weapons? With adhesive tongues and the bottomless bellies. Well, sure, they are bottomless because they don't wear clothes. The Yoshis have been known to eat anything. First played in Super Mario World 2 design. And there it is. This thing. Quite nicely detailed, I think. I think this is good. Good, nice model. Whoa. Who are you? You don't exist. Baby Bowser. Yeah, there's Baby Bowser, there's Bowser Jr., there is... I guess that's it. Even as a youngster, Baby Bowser was already playing pranks and causing trouble for Baby Mario and his pal Yoshi. Even at this early age of his evil career, Baby Bowser had tons of henchmen at his disposal. Many experts speculate that Mario and Bowser have some sort of connection that can be traced back to their mutual birth. Mutual birth? What do you mean? Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. We didn't see a baby Mario Bowser until then, I guess. Does make sense. Baby Bowser is kind of like more detailed than... And also the spike colors and stuff are actually not spiked, they're very rounded. So they're shiny. Don't want Baby Bowser to hurt himself. Ah yes, Sword Bun is going to be as in 1 minute and 20 seconds. So I might play the ads now then. I still haven't done with the Mario characters. This is already the second ad break. Okay, let's play it. And so I'll take a 3-minute rest during the ads. Okay, there we go. 2 minutes rest. Power nap. I should have got some more water actually. I didn't realize I was running out there. I thought I had more water. Oh, there we go. Of course, I might have also forgot about efficiency. Okay, what happened during... Bunnies. That's good. The bouncy ones. Licking water. Yes, I will lick the water. Okay, I can't lick the water. More like I wouldn't really be able to make you hear it. Do you want to hear me licking water? That's a good question. Baby Mario. Long ago, when the stork was carrying Baby Mario and Baby Luigi. Wait, they are twins? Thought they were. I know they were brothers, but not that they were twins. To the Mario household, okay. To Mr. Mario and Mrs. Mario, and decided to name their child Mario. The stork was ambushed, causing Baby Mario to tumble onto Yoshi's Island. What happened with Baby Luigi? Who knows? He was lost forever. This marked the beginning of the Yoshi's adventure to deliver Baby Mario to his. Since then, Baby Mario has been spotted on golf courses and tennis courts, because this stork keeps delivering Baby Mario to weird places. Well, I hope Baby Mario is not causing too much trouble on the tennis court, or that he isn't hit by golf balls at the golf course. First appearance in Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. And there's a very large hat. He got light blue shoes. It kinda don't fit with his attire. Interesting. Well, I guess there's not much. The mouth isn't modeled. That makes sense. Nose is as big as you expect. Shine Guys, which is another flat one. This one isn't pixelated. The Shine Guys haven't even been like flat. They've been 3D for quite a while, right? There are many types of Shine Guys. The quiet ones. The blushy one. No, wait. The femboys. They've been known to walk on the ground, fly through the air, soar through space, reprise about on stilts, wear flowers or camouflage, throw balls, my favorite, swing bats, sail on pirate ships, carry fruit, do the Dambo dance, ride submarines, play guitar, play tennis, wear red. Wow. Come in large or small sizes, steal people's toys, cause mischiefs, dot. First appearance with my Bros. 2. Well, not much to look at here, I guess. The three sprites are identical. Raphael Raven. Very different from a lot of them. This is also Yoshi. The basically laid back ravens come in several sizes. The smaller ones travel in flocks for trapeze around small platforms all day long. The biggest of their breed is called Raffle the Raven, and his enormous size renders most direct attacks useless. Instead of fighting, Raffle and the Ravens helped Mario out in Paper Mario. Raffle the Raven and the Ravens give my world to Yoshi's Island. Well, it's a big lump of purple with a tuft of hair, very bright eyes, a beak, and two paws. No wings. Fuck darm. I don't know what that is. This pesky patchy dam. Oh, it's a patchy dam? What's a patchy dam? Bars Yoshi's path by sticking poles high into the air. Because Yoshi is not intelligent enough to walk around them. Patchy dam has been practicing this skill for years. And he's so masterful that he can even block Yoshi's high flying. Because it's called invisible wall. The high flying flash camp. Patchy dam is a little unstable, however, and he tends to topple over if Yoshi pounds the ground and when nearby. Well then. Thank you for giving me the guide for how to defeat him. First opinion Yoshi's story. Which I think was meant to have like this crayon style to it. Except that nothing looks like crayon. Maybe I was wrong about that. It appearing to the kind of makes sense in this case. Or like a storybook or something. Donkey Kong, who is not a donkey. While he now prefers the laid-back jungle lifestyles to construction site mischief. Though DK is often forced back into action by the crumbling crew. The great ape is quite fast despite his burly physique, and he keeps his strength up with a steady diet of his favorite food, bananas. His one extravagance and only piece of clothing is a monogrammed necktie. Wait, what's a monogram? A monogram is a design or motif composed of one or more letters, often intertwined, used as an identifying mark of an individual or institution. Those are usually the initials of the names. So it does not have to be intertwined. Why is there no... Yeah. Looking at different things there, you can basically write them. Most of these have the letters connected in some way. That's the typical way of doing it. But there are those that where the letters are just next to each other. First been Donkey Kong Arcade. So yeah, so when it comes to this monogram, the letters are kinda intertwined-ish. It does have a solid outline that connects both letters, so yeah, it's a monogram. It's valid. Yes, interesting fur. A bit of a stretch texture here on the back, but no textures on the outside of the feet. I'm basically looking at how Quite the detail. Double bags pumping. Donkey Kong Jr. Donkey Kong Jr. came to the rescue when Mario imprisoned his father, Donkey Kong Jr.'s challenge. No, imprisoned his father, period. Donkey Kong Jr.'s challenge was to collect the keys to Donkey Kong's cage, all the while dropping fruits on his enemies from high above. He was able to climb faster by using 2 ivy vines at once. This ape is also quite skilled at kart racing, tennis, and mathematics. Well, yeah, because it was the math game with Donkey Kong Jr. Well, I guess the outfit is nice. if it was pon, no. We should put PP on the front. That would be good. But quite. They did fine with texturing, I guess. And I do like how it's actually holding onto the. Thank you for all the plushies all over me. Holding onto the vines with his feet as well. Nice attention to detail. It's nice. Stanley, this looks very different from the rest. Stanley is a plucky exterminator who takes on Donkey Kong and an army of insects. Donkey Kong with the insect army. In the third installment of the original Donkey Kong series, Stanley has a tough job. He has to chase Donkey Kong away to another greenhouse with his insect repellent, because Donkey Kong is an insect. Then climb up the ivy to pump the main hive with deadly spray. First appeared in and probably only appearance in Donkey Kong 3. But it's a very, and also this character appears in 3D but should only have ever existed in 2D, so very inconsistent when they create them in 3D or 2D. It's an interesting cloud. There we go. Now it orbits around the cloud. Ooh. Dixie Kong. More than just Diddy Kong's girlfriend. Who's Diddy Kong? We've never seen a Diddy Kong. Dixie Kong is also a fearless adventurer and a reliable team player. She earned her wings. She doesn't have wings. Helping Diddy rescue Donkey Kong from the clutches of King K. Rool. Dixie is amazingly quick and nimble. And Dixie is amazingly quick and nimble. You're not talking about it. And she's even able to twirl a ponytail in order to float slowly through the air. And this is why we should have Dixie Kong as a playable fighter, with the ability to use her hair twirl as a recovery. First appeared in Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy's Kong Quest. Quite the title. Got some hair under the head poking out. Had a big ponytail which kinda just sticks out. A short top. They even added some in detail. Not on the other ones though. Some leg features. And only 3 toes. Then the other ones have, I don't know how much toes. And a lot of nail polish. What do you call it? But not on the fingers. It's weird. Or is that just me? Yep, that's that. King K. Rool, the demented head of the Kremlings and big boss in the Donkey Kong series. King K. Rool is a giant, greedy glutton with a serious eye. While he fits the evil boss mold nicely, he's just enough of a bumbler to have gained a few fans over the years. His plan to blow up the DK Isles with his blast-o-matic shows how unbalanced he is. First appeared in Donkey Kong Country. His pronunciation is also King Cruel. Both I used. Well, he does have a freaky eye. I want to zoom out a bit. One freaky eye. The other is not freaky. One paper thin crown. And a massive cape. With quite the details on. They got this texture on it. Which is quite repeated. You can see easily how it's repeated. You have this dot that appears. And also has this bottom decoration. He has a very tiny tail. And I've seen a few characters so far which has this thing on their tummy for some reason. Well. But only a few models here have it. There's probably a term for it that I'm not aware of. Clap trap. This low slung alligator made its first appearance in Donkey Kong Country. I wonder what the game of first appearance is. You can subdue it by jumping on its back, can you? But its powerful jaws make it dangerous to approach in the front. In Super Smash Bros. Melee, it swims in the river and sometimes jumps in the barrel cannon to stop players. First appearance in Donkey Kong Country, what a surprise! It has a huge head. And the way it's shaped is awkward. And a nice striped back. Otherwise it's just minor texturing on it. It's kind of like Nintendo 64 style. Maybe it's more like PlayStation texturing. Barrel cannon is almost like a bucket. The barrel cannons were used in Donkey Kong games as a vital means of transportation, and their explosive nature is used similarly in Super Smash Bros. Melee. On the Congo Jungle stage, one can catch characters as they fall from the main platform. Careful, the barrel cannon rotation may accidentally send you flying off the screen. Straight down or to the side. First appeared in Donkey Kong Country. It does actually have full insight. That's neat. I'm in the cannon now. That's the way it will fire. 2L84ME. Too late for me. Okay. Hammer. Okay. If you grab the hammer, you'll run across the screen swinging it back and forth non-stop. You can actually not run with it. Maybe that's in Mario though. In Donkey Kong, no, so that was in Smash Bros. But you can stand still with the hammer. And you can't run with it, you can only walk. In Donkey Kong, Mario used the hammer in exactly the same fashion. As in hitting stuff and making it fly off the screen. It's an extremely powerful item, but you have no recovery move when carrying it. Even now and then, the Mario head will fall off, and you will end up completely vulnerable. Swinging just the handle. What a terrible item. No, it's very big. And the stick is modeled all the way through it, the whole thing. Anyway. Oh, done with body stuff finally. Whoa. Okay, reading trophies actually kind of made me tired. Having to take a break, maybe. A drawing break. But I do want to see all the trophies to read about them. We could also alternate. If you want me to like draw something, I could do that. And then we can go back and reading more stuff. But I kind of probably should be done with reading them today, though. So I don't leave anything for next week. Link. Even in his youth, Link was already becoming the warrior who would carry the destiny of Hyrule and many other lands on his shoulders. His epic struggles against the forces of darkness. Star versus the forces of darkness, and written in a legend. And he is bound to the Princess Zelda and the Archfiend Ganon by the awesome power of the Triforce. So awesome. First appearing in Legend of Zelda. What? I thought it was the Legend of Link. Here's where he sticks the sword, his bit of center. How would he even do that? Isn't that very hard to do? Well, they even added grips to the shield. Nice attention to detail. They have actually 3D modeled a few things here. Like the eye, rope ribbons. There are actually 3D modeled very, very little. And these things are whatever you call everything. Pouches, belt, 3D. Shoes. Oops. Right, try the next one. He doesn't have any. Well, there is texture on the shoes, just not any details. He's wearing full leggings. That's good. Not want to. Bandolier. Why are you leaking Pan? Bandolier. Pan is crying. Young Link. Link's younger incarnation is often considered to be the true Link. Why? I guess they're going to explain that. He was a young boy in the very first Legend of Zelda game, and he has appeared as a youth in most of the subsequent games. Okay. But you know people grow up, right? I mean, the older Link is also the true Link. It's just the older form. Anyway, since its debut on the original NES in 1987, Link's appearance has changed over and over again, each time adding to the mystique of his incomparable story. I mean, it's almost like with improving graphics and new games with new art styles, you would change the design. I mean, the first game actually released in 1986. For sure, it wasn't released in North America or Europe at that point, but still. He has a shield too, but he only got one strap thing to it. And a sword that looks almost too wide to fit in. And as you can see, and he also got shorts if you want to take a peek. There we go. Now I took a peek. I didn't mean to zoom in. Take a bigger peek. No funny textures on the shoes. A lot of stuff is 3D here too. There's quite a lot of details. I mean, massive amount of details. This is quite low amount of details, but for compared to a lot of the other trophies here. Zelda, the Crown Princess of Hyrule. Wait, she's the Crown Princess. Where's the? Zelda entrusted Link with the future of Hyrule after a revelation came to her in the world of dreams. She knows much about the Triforce. In fact, the only person who likely knows more about Triforce lore is Ganondorf himself, whom Zelda evaded in Ocarina of Time by transforming into her alter shape. Oh, spoilers! First appeared in The Legend of Zelda. Zelda first appeared in Legend of Zelda. Nah. Look at this texture. There's a lot of details. Got the Triforce and other stuff. Oops. Anyway, she got all these decorations here that isn't connected to anything. And you can also see, you can't see it here in the back because the hair is covering up. Really still not close enough to... Boom. Okay, it's really hard to see. Oh, I didn't mean to change one. But yeah, you also got stuff on the back, which is what you see in classic mode when you face up against Zelda, and it's like clearly nothing is connected. And if you want to see under the dress, ooh, I wasn't sure if they were actually going to show her whole legs or not, because she's wearing leggings. So her feet is legs are actually reaching out further. So they could model the whole legs. Take. This is Zelda's alter ego. Using a variation of the name of the ancient Sheikah tribe. Very creative. Oh, I see a variation of Sheikah. Just removing the last part of it. Sheik. She appeared before Link and teaches him melodies instrumental to his success. I see. You're saying that the melodies are instrumental to his success because he's using an instrument to play the melody. It's believed that she's not just a quick change artist, but rather that she is able to instantaneously alter her clothing and her eye and skin color by using her magic. I guess the skin color is darker, more orange. Fair enough. Yeah, I think the Sheikah tribe, look at the fingers with the bandages, are darker skinned. Zelda has blue eyes, he has red eyes. And one big toe, no small toe. And wraps everywhere. First spread in the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Also, I just noticed a thing here. A lot of these, like here, the game appears in green text. Here it appears in white text. I don't know why, because this is white text. It's not just the game; it's all the description too. Is it the difference between Playable character and non-playable character. Goron. Most Gorons inhabit the stony slopes of Death Mountain. They can achieve incredible land speeds by curling up into balls. They also curl up into small balls to sleep. They're gentle and calm people, but their leader, Darunia, is impassioned and brave. Gorons use strong and mysterious fingers to make blades and bombs. Don't you mean that their leader would be called Goron? Maybe the Legend of Zelda series is more sensible by actually having names that are not the same as the species name. Or some symbols here. Is that an ear? An interesting look. And all naked. And feet. Goron's and the first player in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Goron's in Ocarina of Time. Crayons are yum yum. Goron's in Twilight Princess. I killed 6 men in prison. Well, that's a shift. Marin. Marin is a young girl who cares for Link after shipwreck washes him up on the shores of Puhulint Island. She is a talented harpist, well liked for her kind and gentle nature. She holds fast to the ideals of truth and honor. If Link happens to steal something during his adventure, she greets him with a shout of "Thief! You thief!" Steal anything. The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening. Well, nice flowy dress, but quite a big bow. Can't see much of the dress anyway. Think you wanna look and see what exists? Sorry, you can't because everything is in the way. Obviously. Oh well, the legs does clip through there slightly. So anyway, sadly, you don't get to see anything. A flower is as big as the head. Oh, and there's some weird polygons there. Looking at weird polygons, they just happen to be at her boobs. It's because in A Link's Awakening, stealing an item from the shop changes the file name to Thief. Well then, that's interesting. You can still do thievery, but you will be marked forever. Unless you can rename the file. Tingle. Tingle is a mysterious middle-aged man who thinks he's the very reincarnation of a fairy. What if he is? His bizarre behavior and unique speech are just little pieces of his vibrant personality. Tingle travels by way of small hot air balloon, making maps of the lands below him. Pop his balloon and Tingle will fall to earth with his maps. First play the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, because you can't just ask him, hey, can you come down? Maybe he says, oh, I can't. Break the balloon and get me down from here. Well, he sure has a face. And what looks like a watch. And there's the map he's drawing. Not the most detailed one, but there's his drawing utensil. Otherwise, I guess there's nothing more to this model. Ganondorf. Said to be the sole man born to the Gerudo tribe in 100 years. Ganondorf aspired to conquer the world. He plundered a piece of the sacred Triforce from the Temple of Time when Link pulled the Master Sword from its pedestal. With a triforce of power in Ganondorf's possession, Hyrule was plunged into darkness until Link and Zelda defeated the Fiend. Spoilers! What? You can actually win the game? First appeared in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Well, he is big, he is bulky, he's bulgy as well. Look at that. They have sure made sure to include that detail. Can't show that on Twitch. He has quite a stare. And a big nose. Do they have that in what were they calling it? He also got quite a detailed butt as well. The secrets in his shoes? Nope. He also has pattern baldness. Well, it's his style, I guess. Because if I go back to fake nose that big, feet would be. Well then, sometimes they sure add some details. Redeed. 7 years after Ganondorf took control of Hyrule, Redead throned, because I assume they are Redead. Shouldn't they be reincarnated or something? They will be Redead when Link finished with them. Roamed the rooms of Castle Town moaning. At first, Link was shocked at the state of the town. Well, I could imagine. And the apparent lack of survivors. But then he got used to it. He later learned that the townsfolk has evacuated to safety. Which would explain why he didn't find any dead bodies. And that the Redead were just magic animated into his humanoid. Spoiler, the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I guess a more story-based game like Zelda would. Look, it's Coco's face from Animal Crossing, not from Crash Bandicoot. They got 5 toes. But due to the texturing, they got 4 toes on the side. Underside. like. What is a like? In the Legend of Zelda, these slow-footed monsters, they're basically just a foot if something. Inhaled Link and ate his shield. But not Link. Just beating out all masters for the coveted title of most aggravating enemies. I don't know what all masters are. Supposedly their name comes from an old, almost indecipherable Hyrulean proverb. Field eaters and world eaters have many likes alike. If you say so. Let's get eaten. Nom nom nom. Well, this is an interesting blurry set of textures. Octorok. These common enemies made their debut in the very first Legend of Zelda. I wonder which game is going to be the very first game in the list down below when I reach it. Game. And have been a staple of every game in the series since. And I don't even know what Octoroks are. I mean, I've not played any Zelda games. They shoot rocks from their mouths at high velocity, but the projectiles are simple to block and do very little damage. Octoroks have low stamina, so they don't pose much of a threat to good fight. First game is The Legend of Zelda. What is it? It's sad. That's how they get you. It's an interesting. Oh, hello. Art container. Well, let's move back, I guess. Art container. Art containers drift towards the ground slowly and replenish 100 percentage points of health. But only percentage points, not percent. EP. Love heart. Yes, it's a heart. In the Legend of Zelda, these items beefed up Link's life meter. In most cases, Link found them in the possession of bosses or hidden in secret areas. Art containers are often scattered across the land in several fragments from the Legend of Zelda. Oh, very first game. But now the question is to Orimian. As I understood, correct me if I'm wrong, when you collected a heart container, you got a heartbeat. Maybe not a full heartbeat, maybe that changed the game, but you got your maximum health increased, if I understood it correctly. When you're assuming that is correct, when you get more health, what happens with your current health? I could see three things could happen. Your current health is unchanged. Your current health is increased by the amount of your total health was increased with, which Pokemon is doing. Or you get max health. The 1 heart added to the total life meter and it restores health. Okay. So to simulate this in Smash Bros. When you pick up a heart, it should fully heal you, but it should set your minimum percentage that you can reach from 0 to -10. And then for every heart you collect after that, it just continues down -20, -30. Maybe that's a crazy idea. Design-wise, it's very simple. It's got a bit of a butt. What is a heart but not a butt? Seen from above. Master Sword. The Master Sword varies a bit between titles in the Legend of Zelda series. Almost like they have different art styles or something. Depends on what they mean. But it's generally the most powerful blade that Link can carry. No, I assume they meant like strength-wise, the abilities you have with it and so on. Generally. So there are games which has a more powerful blade than the Master Sword. It's a magical weapon that can be wielded only by a true hero. So not by Mario. And as its name implies, it's the weapon of choice in decisive battle. Is it? Well, if you have a decisive battle, would you choose a master item? I don't know. I don't do. That's probably something for Remian to comment on. At the end, oh, here come spoilers. Of the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Link returned, which to its stone pedestal. Well, how kind of him to do that. It appeared in the Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, really? I feel like it's been in every game, but is that the first game? I assume it's not a game, because they basically only list the first game so far. So. The Triforce is 3D modeled. It has an underside. Ooh. Look at this sword. Do you like it? You got like an upside down Triforce, but maybe it's because you're viewing it. It becomes the right side up. Lon Lon milk. The pride of Lon Lon Ranch. Is this delicious and nutritious milk? Wait, what was the milk in Pokemon? Don't remember. When Link played upon a song for Lon Lon cows, they would perk up and provide him with a bowl full of the tasty berries. The fact that Link sometimes used bottles that had house bugs is a matter of questionable hygiene. Merely, young Link drinks milk instead of taunting, which itself isn't that. Okay, the game confirms that young Link does not have a taunt. Young Link drinks milk, but it's not a taunt. First appeared in the instead of Ocarina of Time. That makes more sense, I guess. Yeah, Link to the Past was the first game in which the mascot appears. Well, look at that, I was incorrect. Lon me luku. I assume it says. What is Japanese for milk? Miluku. Yes. It's kind of weird when languages don't have a native one. But it can also be called Chi-Chi. But that's clearly not what, because Chi-Chi is just 2 characters. It can also be called Nyuju, which is also not the same because that's with 6 characters. But yeah, but it definitely says Miluku. It doesn't look like the Japanese character for Miluku, though. It looks very different. This kind of looks Korean. So these are very square, but this side has diagonals. Oh, I mean, it's just one character with a line. But the N in Lon, the N sound, which is the vertical stroke with the slightly tilted horizontal stroke. That one is very much similar to the Japanese character for the N sound. So yeah, but yeah, it's definitely. This is, and then it says something in the middle which I'm unable to read. I mean, I don't even know how to read any of these characters. It was just a guess that says Lon Miluku, because that would make sense. And as far as I know, in Hyrule, they write the Hyrulean script is the Japanese writing, but cipher. Like you just replace each character with a new one. So if you were to, for example, if you had a bunch of text in a game that you have the Hyrulean text and it says this is what it means in English, you're going to see a lot of interesting grammatical structures and stuff in it. But it's just Japanese. Bunny hoods. Don the bunny hoods improve your agility drastically, allowing you to jump great distances and move at high speed. The ears are a cute accessory, and that's so true. They're even adorable on characters they don't quite suit, but they're extra adorable on Pon. The bunny hood was key in Majora's Mask, where it made Link move at 1.5 times his normal speed. In this game, I feel like he moved 5 times his normal speed. First appearance in Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time. But I guess it was not worth it when it appeared in that game. Just a headband you put on your head. And it has ears. Not really sure how well it stays on you though, but quite wide from what I expect a headband to be. I want a headband with bunny ears on it, but long ears hangs down. Ocarina of Time. This is the Ocarina. This is Ocarina, but I didn't spell it out with capital O. You seem to always write capital letters on all these words everywhere. Like reading German here almost. The treasure of the House of Hyrule was entrusted to Link by Zelda when she fled from Ganondorf's insurrection. When used in conjunction with three spiritual stones, it opened the way to where the Master Sword rested. The Majora's Mask, it gave Link limited control over time, but it has other uses. It's fun to play as a musical instrument. First being in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Never Bunny Hood prevents Skeletons from attacking you at night. Very interesting. Why would that be the case? It has the Triforce on both sides. It has this, so if you blow into this hole, it is completely hollow, which you would expect that instrument to be. But that they actually had modeled the full inside and everything. The attention to details is nice sometimes, but sometimes. Majora's Mask. A lonely Skull Kid put on Majora's Mask and unknowingly allowed a great evil to invade the land of Termina. The mask manifested its evil power into the fearsome-looking moon. The Skull Kid became merely a puppet under its malevolent power. In the ultimate battle with a Link, Majora's Mask transformed into three separate forms. The form of power, the form of wisdom, and the form of art. I actually don't remember what the third piece of the character is. Power, wisdom, and magic. Which made the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Oh, really? Power, wisdom, and courage. That was the last one. Turtle. When Link played the new wave bossa nova, this almost sounds like a musical genre, what masqueraded as a lone island rose out of the water of the Great Bay Coast and revealed itself to be a giant turtle. This mighty turtle is ancient and wise beyond belief. It sensed Link's destiny and braved the stormy seas in order to transport him. I mean, it does. I mean, as a boat travel, it does not look that amazing. If the turtle shell was larger, had a larger island on it could almost be a bit cozy, riding an island from a place to another. But within the Legend of Zelda, but I didn't continue. Yeah, transporting a bit. The first been in Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask. Trees, grass, turtle back, turtle on the side. Turtle, moon. High in the sky above the clock tower, town tower. Completely. High in the sky above the clock tower. A menacing moon slowly sinks towards the city, shrouded in mystery and feared by all. It threatens to devour everyone, in a cataclysm of fire. Strangely, inside the moon is a beautiful, pristine plain broken by a single tree. What? The moon breaks after Link defeats Majora's Mask. First been Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. So when the moon breaks into 1,000 pieces, Earth has now gained its own ring, but no moon anymore. You got a bit of weird texturing on this one, like here. Especially kind of works at the same time though. But yeah, it looks good if you don't look at it like I look at it. It's sure is a face. Yeah, you don't want to see this face when you wake up in the morning. Oh, that's no moon. 4 giants. Swamp, mountain, ocean, valley. 4 who are there. Link summons these 4 giants guardians to aid in his battle against the Skull Kid, who's possessed by Majora's Mask. They appear from the 4 compass points to catch the moon, which is about to crash into the clock tower. Without abandoning the innocent Skull Kid, you're able to protect it. Okay. First by legendary Majora's Mask, which I assume because these are the Majora's Mask story thing. Well, they're ready to pick up the moon. So they have like green hair, green beard, a really long legs. They have such a weird appearance. You know, only the upper leg have texture. What are they? Furry? Feathery? Wrong, it's Swamp, Mountain, Ocean, Canyon. Oh, they got it wrong. Because they probably translated from Japanese. It's the same in Japanese in both game and in Melee, but they use different translations here because they can check what the original translation is. Going on to next thing. Captain Falcon. Usually a relentless bounty hunter. Is he though? Captain Falcon shifts gears into becoming a race pilot once the F-Zero Grand Prix begins. His beloved racer, the Blue Falcon, can exceed the speed of sound, which is like speed of sound. Okay, it's 343 meters per second per hour. 1,234. I should remember that because it's 1,234. Oh, it's actually more like 1,235 actually around it. 1,235 kilometers per hour. Speedy is the speed of sound, but this goes even faster. And he knows how to drive it. Well, I sure hope so, especially at that speed. He'll go down as one of the all-time greats, now 36 years old. Captain Falcon wears his F-Zero X visor. Before he turns 36, wearing his boring F-Zero visor. First appearance in F-Zero makes sense. I feel like there's a slight scale difference here. What do you see? As we'll play, so we'll have to sadly take a very quick break. Another one, apparently. This is taking time. How many trophies I got this year so far? To be fair, it was a lot of Mario trophies. And indeed. I should go get some more water. Okay. Sorry for being gone, but the I have to fix some food. Don't read this. Please look away. Okay, I will not read that. Why did you read that? It asked you not to. I didn't read it. Trust me. I undid. I unread it. Wiggle, wiggle. Sorry. I have to go get the food. I don't know how long it will take. Wish I could play like a 1 minute. Anyway, they apparently worked. Okay, give me just one more moment. Okay, this is taking quite a while. I just wanted some food, but I appreciate everyone who decided to stay here. But well, at least you send a lot of funny emails. I will still have to actually go and pick up the food. But it's prepared and it's just being quickly heated up. And pick it up. I don't remember because I sort of set it here. Oh, oh. Wait, but annoying, I can't use the left stick to rotate. That's changes the model. So many burgers. No, I'm not making a bunch of burgers. It's burger-esque, though. Just let me just pick it up quickly. I will just go get it. Oh, wait, my man didn't turn up the microphone there. Let me think a little noise in the background. So, anyway. So, now, back in the game. Looked at this 3D model here. This, it does seem to actually back out if you wait for too long. Yeah. It's definitely scale up. Because he would not fit inside here. I mean, I actually flip inside. I wish you could zoom in. I mean, I did comment on how far you can zoom in. But I wish I could zoom in even further sometimes. I did a lot of details they put in there sometimes. And he has this weapon here too. Because he's a bounty hunter. So he's got his weapon. Sadly, he doesn't use it while fighting, because that would be quite useful. It's bigger on the inside, I see. Wait, how does that work? He must still, even if you have something that is bigger on the inside, which as far as I know, the Doctor Who phone booth thing was bigger on the inside, you still have to fit through the door to even get into it in the first place. I even got this on the other side. Ooh. Anyway, we will doing next one. The door is bigger on the inside too. Well, wait. Falcon Flyer. Captain Falcon Speedy mid-size star cruiser. I mean, it looks huge. But I guess it's mid-size. Boasts an on-board computer that allows Falcon to control it remotely. Perhaps that's why it's never appeared on screen an F-Zero game. Then where does it come from then? Without this ship, Falcon couldn't prowl the galaxy like a lone wolf. The Blue Falcon is a state-of-the-art machine, but it's only used for F-Zero races. First appeared in F-Zero. How can it... So it never appeared... Well, I guess its first mention is F-Zero. In that case then. Because it never appeared on screen. Quite interesting details to it. What's landing? Maybe it never lands. Engine noises. Well, F-Zero racers. In the year 2560, an association of wealthy space merchants created the F-Zero Grand Prix in an attempt to add some excitement to their opulent lifestyle. The jet-powered racers have no tires, but use G diffuser systems to float a foot above the surface. Now we should go and measure. What does this Japanese text say then? This Japanese doesn't use feet. It might say like half a meter. Many believe the F-Zero Championship is the highest claim of fame in the galaxy. Or maybe I should do the... Maybe I should do this thing. The thing I did in... maybe I'll go and do it. Which I did in the first Smash Bros. Where I did set the height of the Kirby. And then when I changed the language, because in Japanese he's 20 centimeters, which in English is 8 inches, because inches is the only valid measurement when you speak English. When it's ranting again. And then when you switched to German, in French I think they removed it, but in German it said 80 centimeters, which was kind of interesting. Well, it's just written in just... Well, it says... Die Düsen getriebenen Gleiter haben keine Räder, reizen aber einen Diffuser ein, knapp über dem Boden zu schweben. Well, I don't know what that means. One was about person. Yeah, I mean, but now we should actually think the other way around. What would the Japanese version use that would make the English version use the term a foot? I wanted to quickly, because I know that über means above or over the above. And I know knapp could be like this Swedish term, which is used for barely. Yeah, so it says barely. Yeah, it says so knapp would be barely, I guess, or slightly. Über, over, den Boden would be the ground, and zu schweben would be float, I guess. Because German is written like that. It's still weird that these menu options are text, that is gender. These are not textures, these are text written out as far as I know. And when you check the gallery of trophies, you have this gallery which are translated like F-Zero Gleiter, as well as like Umstuch, that Baumbrunnen. But then these many options are used in English. Weird. Why is option not the last option? Weird. It's probably going to. Maybe that's what. Yeah, I wouldn't even know what is what in French. One thing I can read is the G diffuser, but his is to be written completely different. There's only that trivia that this thing should add. We're just looking. Spanish. Now you've been able to read it. You know Spanish. We got the los coches de carrera con motor a reacción no tienen neumáticos, pero usan sistemas difusores de antigravitación y para flotar un palmo por encima de la superficie. I assume that part where it says para flotar un palmo por encima de la superficie. Close a palm above this. Oh, they're using a palm as their unit of measurement here. That's interesting. It is very, very interesting. Wait, isn't a palm a tiny measurement? Well, it says a palm above the ground, right? Palmo. Palmo. And Italian, palm or hand 4 inches versus 8 inches less than a foot. Yeah. So, well, assuming they will use the English palm or not a Spanish palm, which would be about the same size anyway. So yeah. And there, this one it says, yeah, I don't know if it says something here. Anyway, that was interesting. I said, in different languages you have different. This is like in trivia that you should write down. But sadly, the Smash Wiki only basically cares about US English. A lot of this trivia is just ignored. I don't remember if Smash Bros is the first version actually get UK English as an option. So English is a foot, Spanish is, well, is a palm. Go check. Let's check what the Spanish unit of measurement is, because it is possible that the palmo might be a different palmo. Palmo measured the distance between the tip of the thumb, because they might differ a different way from to the tip of the little finger, with all the fingers splayed. Its standard value is a value is 9 pulgadas, which is about almost 21 centimeters. So the size of Kirby, over 8 inches. Unless you use the measurement of palmo in Castile, but that one was called Coto, and it was half the length. And then there was also the similar ancient unit of palmos, which was over 7 centimeters, so almost 3 inches. So, yeah, so about 2/3 of the height that the English states. Good thing I looked that up then. But what the distance of a palmo is in the Spanish. This would be Spain, because that's the only Spanish version of Smash Bros. Well, that still happens. Oh, back to where I was. I need to scroll back to where I was. There. Well, thing of an head pet. So, I wonder why I would write that trivia. Samurai Goro. Or Goro. A rival bounty hunter, Samurai Goro has crossed paths with Captain Falcon. Thank you for playing in many a dark corner of the universe. He also goes head-to-head with Falcon in F-Zero racing. So the threads on their fate seems to be deeply intertwined. Samurai Goro is famous for his katana and his Dinojo t-shirt. Instantly recognizable. Maybe. I mean, the first bit in F-Zero has a pink, though. Well, it's kinda painted on him. Well, it has some kanji on it. Well, now I need to figure out what that one means. Maybe that should be a YouTube video. I should make Smash Bros. The units of measurement that are used in the description of things in Smash Bros. And see how it changes between localization. I kind of had to play Brawl first. I mean, I guess I could make multiple videos. I mean, so far it's not that many units that are measured. This one says it means Geki, and it seems to stand for intent. What is Pun Pun, a warm hug space. Please enjoy. Not that I have much time to record a video anyway. Sway, search, dash, excite, arouse, incite, irritate. I could just pick one of these meanings here and then, like, maybe I should pick it up in English. Very intensely, extremely. They could go with like extreme and just write extreme as the English translation, because then people will probably say like, you can't change the design of this. I don't know. So I'd probably complain about that. Very interesting in design. It's all pink. And it got fire flames. I don't know what other flames you can have on this fiery flames. Non-fire flames, maybe? Maybe there's some chemical reaction. The Dr. Stewart. Dr. Stewart inherited the golden fox upon the death of his father, named James Stewart, and soon became an F-Zero ace. The fox, which bears the lucky number 3, doesn't have the highest of traction ratings, but a skilled pilot will thrill at the sensation of drifting through corners. This machine requires a high degree of technical ability, but if it's just worse traction without any benefits, it's not really good. It's better to have better traction if you still have the same acceleration, because you can go faster through corners. So, I mean, cool to drift through corners, but that's not good in a race. That's why they're not drifting through corners when you have these race competitions. Unless it's a drifting competition, of course. The first being an F-Zero. Okay. It says Stewart on the helmet. It says Stewart on his chest. I didn't mean to change the race there. I might set. There we go. Now I can rotate. I wanted to see if there was anything on the back, but apparently not. Unlike Captain Falcon, which I didn't even look at. And the golden fox has GF written on it, which clearly stands for girlfriend. Obviously golden fox, but yeah. That doesn't mean that the controls are kind of inverse. If I press up, the camera moves up. If I press down, camera moves down. Press left, camera moves left, and press right, camera moves right. This all makes sense. This is the retro controls I'm used to. Pressing forward moves forward, pressing back moves back. If I press down A, and if I press up, it moves the model up. If I press up, it moves the camera down. If I press down, it moves the camera up. So the panning controls are the inverse of the rotating controls, and that messes me up constantly. That's why I struggle with moving around, because they have two different ideas of how to do the controls, and that's silly. The guy looks so generic. Well, I don't think he looks generic, but that's just me. I guess I don't know what generic is. I know what the generic is, but like Jody Summer, an ex-fighter pilot, Jody brings her skills to the F-Zero Grand Prix as an ambassador of the interstellar regime. Her machine, the White Cat, is not built for strength or endurance. However, it's incredibly light and has excellent traction. A good match for beginners. The White Cat's solid all-around race has been seen so far. You picked the female first appearing for F-Zero X, which is I guess the first one. As we can see, which is the thing I've talked about. When you have female characters, they are meant for beginners, and when you have male characters, they are meant for more technical gameplay. Very tight outfit, by the way, and she wears her panties on the outside. The armored panties. And but yeah, that's the thing. That now there might be more female characters in the F-Zero, but they still make like the classic of you want to play as a female character. Here's the beginner character. And sometimes it might not be intentional design either. I don't think it might be intentional design, but in the games, which would be Super Mario 2, as well as Super Mario 3D World, where you can play as Peach as well as the other characters. Peach is the one with the float ability, which is make gameplay very much easier, which is also like beginner character. But yeah, here it is, white cat. Space undies, exactly. Give me some Chon Chon. What's Chon Chon? To look. Nothing. Is it barely any details on the other side? Oh, boring. It got some text here. Test number 2. Sub-vector engine 246. Sugiyama. Sugiyama. I guess. Sugiyama H. Yeah. S system version 3909. Can't even read the other 351X. And no idea, I'm just guessing. Based on these, it's so tight that it goes. It's like painted on. She's very muscular. Moving on. Mute City, where everyone has to be quiet. And thank you for lurking, KBX Game Master. I'll put it aside. I'm done eating. Give me some energy too. F-Zero courses are set hundreds of feet above the ground. Oh, now I have to check that again. Language. And kept afloat by opposing gravity guards beams on both sides of the track. I also have to check the Japanese version. And I should probably verify with the North American version too, but I probably don't have to. But there's an easy way to just, which I did here, where I forced the trophies to be unlocked. The ones I can't unlock. I could just do the same with the Japanese version. Anyway, these on both sides of the track. Each city, which grew from an intergalactic trade post to a city with a population of over 2 billion. Because again, when it comes to numbers like that, it could also differ between languages, because in Japan they're using a myriad system. So they could go as crazy as having a bi-myriad, which is 1 followed by 8 zeros. Oh, maybe it says 20 by... Anyway. It is the most famous stop in the F-Zero Grand Prix. This course layout is from the F-Zero X era. Wait, yeah, and first appeared in F-Zero, but this trophy is from F-Zero. I've got some clipping issues here. Just clouds as well. Oh, I think it's just floating. And you can get down on the ground. And just some high buildings, tall buildings. Well, not too much to look at, I guess. Doesn't have an on the side. It's kind of weird that it doesn't have an on the side. Okay. No, as said, I need to go and check. You could be just and thinking is anti fun. Guess it doesn't say. Schweben, Mittels, and... Okay, because Schweben was floating. So, I just start... Schweben, Mittels, and gegen gerichtet... Okay, let's just translate that. Hovers by means of both... Yeah, it doesn't say how far up it's hovering. No, it says... Strecke ihren Dienst verrichten Hunderte von Metern über dem Boden. That means 100 meters above the ground. Who is correct? Is it 100 feet or 100 meters? Who knows? We don't know. 2 Oh. Yeah, I didn't read that, but 2 Milliarden, I should have read that. I forgot about reading that. Yeah, and this one says, mein Tunis at 30 meters, die soll Gase I don't know. And then also says 2 milliards, die Habitanten, die Profit. Okay, but what does Corse de 0 stot mein tenues a 30 metres du sol gas a d'importanza. Probably I don't have to write more than that. FCR races are kept 30 minutes above the crossings. 30 meters. So they took the 100 feet and converted it to 30 meters. I just want to be sure what I did. Okay, with 2. Now we have some different numbers here. This one says cientos de metros. This one also says 100 meters, and this one says 2 mil millones because they don't have a word for milliard. Team Sakale is hiding in the Bannerbearer Panpan. Hello, you hiding one. Let's check the last language now. Italiano. So German and Spanish both says 100 meters. Italian says decine di metri, which I assume decine means 100 as well. Decine Italian, which tens. Okay, means tens. If I sposti al decine di metri dal suolo. There's tens of meters over ground. Okay, so it's tens of meters is like plural. So it's like 20, 40, 50 maybe. 30 could also be of course a valid, but like 20 to 40, 20 to 50. Not 10. Maybe 15. Whatever. You got the other way around, but whatever. I don't know what those numbers are in Italian. Dos miliardi, or any of the languages. Well, that was interesting. We won't know the true answer because unless I actually check the Japanese version. Because this is why the Japanese version is the original version, so they would have picked the original number. Would they pick 30 meters? Would that be the number they would pick? Or would I pick something more, or maybe they say just a few tens of meters? They could have said that. They might have said 10 meters, and the English translation doesn't want to exaggerate that number. Or maybe it was 100 meters, or 50 meters. Could be anything. Could be anything, and we don't know unless we check. And this is the interesting stuff I want to check. If I'm going to make a video on this, because I said very. I should make notes of the ones that are. What was the other one? I can remember. Yes, it was F-Zero Racing. This one's I don't remember if it was any other measurements here. Are we? Are we? Now we go on to Star Fox or Star Wing. Well, I did barely read this was I kept up to it. Army. The Army is the symbol of Star Fox, like an F-Zero racer. It was well fitting that this just came after F-Zero. I don't know what a Diddy Kong is. Never saw any of that though. It's equipped with an I know who Diddy Kong is because I played Smash Bros. But I'm not playing any Donkey Kong stuff, but I played Smash Bros. And I know like Diddy Kong is. I know Diddy Kong outside Smash Bros. Anyway, and like an F-Zero racer, it's equipped with an opposing gravity device. It can barrel, or an Alerian roll or whatever it's called, and flip with ease, thanks to its quick acceleration and flexible control. In battle, the ship uses retractable wings for precise flying. Every R-Wing has smart bombs as its sub-weapon. First game was Star Wing. Aileron roll. Can I just double check these? No, yeah, that's not something. I should be that. I should be that. Can I just check the dictionary for the pronunciation, please? Aileron. 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 There we go. Aileron roll. Here it is. It got SF for Special Furry. Or Super Furry, which they are all are. I know it's Star Fox. Imagine being on a team. Why is it called Star Fox? Was James McLeod like a major leader of the, or a reason for why it's called Star Fox? Maybe his father, or his father before him, or his father before him. And I assume there's a bunch of. Anyway, Special Foxes, yes. Great Fox, the mothership of the Star Fox team. When in battle, the ship's robots, Rob or ROB, yes, Rob, can assume control of the bridge, allowing all hands to take to their R-wings for combat positions. The ship runs plasma engines capable of warp speeds. What's a warp speed? And its front lasers are effective both in battle and in clearing paths through asteroid belts. This one is not apparently line of the words. I didn't look at it. Star Fox. I assume that's the tail. Or Star Fox. Multiple Star Foxes. One Star Fox, two Star Fox. Anyway, well, let's go in here. I didn't mean to switch. Oh. Because I. Okay, fine. Scroll even further back. Zoom out. Move forward. Reposition. And now we can zoom into it. Ooh. Anyway. Or maybe do it the other way around. messing up. I'll keep messing up. It's because of the stupid controls. Because you use the left stick to move its position. But then you use the right stick to remove the camera. Oh, it's only modeled this far. This is when you're inside. It's very dark. They should turn on the lights, I think. And then you fly out. Anyway. Peppy here. Peppy was a member. Oh no, what happened to Peppy? Of the original Star Fox team. With Fox's father, James McCloud. So that's the original. Yeah, so it possibly named Star Fox after James McCloud, who was the Fox. But then James McCloud with whoever the other person was, presumably a Fox lady, had a baby and decided to name this Fox Fox, which is very weird. Which I commented on many times. It's still weird. Peppy was the sole survivor of the Battle of Venom, but for some reason, new survivors have reincarnated from the Battle of Venom, where a treacherous teammate named Pigma Dengar betrayed the team. Peppy now rarely climbs into the cockpit of an army. Well, yeah, because he's no longer the member of any Star Fox team. Preferring instead, unless the original the new Star Fox team with the Star Fox McCloud is a new Star Fox team and not the original Star Fox team. Maybe that's what it's referring to. But then it says, was the sole survivor of the Battle of Venom? That implies either that again, Peppy died and is no longer a survivor. Or that the others who died in that battle has resurrected and are now also survivors. Or it's just the past tense of a thing that happened in the past. But that's not as fun. Because, if the fact that he's still alive and still the sole survivor of the battle, you can just say that he is the sole survivor of that battle, even if it was in the past. Right? I don't know, I don't speak English. Primary spacecraft has wings, even though it doesn't really operate in atmosphere. Oh yeah, no, it's look cool. Like naming a human. At least, no. It's like naming a human with Human as the first name. Because it wasn't Fox spelled in a different way. Or like, his name wasn't like Fox with like S as a middle name or something. Anyway, Peppy now rarely climbs in, prefer instead an adversary position in mission planning. First appearance Starwing. I prefer the adversary position. Doesn't really work the same as I prefer. Yeah. Well, he seems a bit upset. Very big frown. It's a bunny. A grey bunny. Not much to this model, it's a very basic model. It's a bit weird because wasn't the original designs of this Star Fox the puppets, plushies, if you want, not puppies. So shouldn't these models, which I get a feeling they try to evoke the original design of the original game, shouldn't they appear as puppets? Puppets? Not really. Muppets. Because they had that whole their talking animation was like, yeah. If you know what I'm talking about. Slippertoad is the mechanical genius behind most of the Star Fox team's new weapons and technology. And just lately, he's been spending the bulk of his time in research and development. He's also a competent pilot. Well, that's a joke. But his enthusiasm tends to outweigh his technical flight skills. He and Fox have been friends ever since their school days. That's brainstorming. What school did you go to? The School of Frog? No, I don't know. The Star Fox. Oh, look, an elegant dress. Yeah, I guess there's not so much to this frog. He wears a hat. Cap. I haven't really thought about that. But apparently he does. Something's missing off there. Oh, because they don't have... Wait. I guess we move on to Metroid. I guess there was no other characters in Star Fox that has appeared in this game. I don't know. So I guess the... But what about the... You know... Fox... Falco... Because... Wait... How did I go straight from London and make directly to Peach Castle? How did I miss Kirby Heads? And wait... How did it just skip? Oh, because it's back to normal. That explains it. There. That's what it should be set to. Because Mario and Dr. Mario, aren't those the ones you unlock through classic mode? And the same with Peach and Luigi and Bowser and so on. So, and I'm pretty sure in the same thing with Sheik and Zelda. And, oh, maybe. Oh yeah, because I had it set the wrong mode. That's why. That's why it was going in a weird order. Anyway, back to the correct order. Because it crashed and I was switching over to the game mode. Oh, 384 points last Wednesday stream. Nice. Mario's original name from Donkey Kong Arcade was Jumpman. I think it was Jumpman. As in that was what the original creator went with. Hello, Marshall Silver. Lovely to see you. We're looking through trophies that I've unlocked all the trophies in Melee. So just looking through them and reading the description text. I hope you're having a good day. And yes, let's continue. And if you want to share something, feel free to write, and I'd love to hear what people have to say. So, Fox McCloud. Fox McCloud is the leader of a band of adventurers for hire, known as Star Fox. Fox and his fellow pilots, Peppy, Slippy, and Falco, patrol the Lilith system in their mothership, the Great Fox. From the cockpit of his R-Wing, Fox leads the ceaseless pursuit of the evil scientist Andros, who doomed Fox's father. In the first game appearance is Starwing, which is the European name of the game. Otherwise, it was known as Star Fox on the SNES. And then the second game was released as Lilith Wars, but originally known as Star Fox. Well, he has a very but yeah, so this is kind of like the puppet design when you open the mouse straight to the mouth. It gets referenced in Super Mario Odyssey in New Donk City. Guy says to Mario, "Jump, man, jump!" Especially since he says that during an entire Donkey Kong scene. I mean, yeah. That again makes me wonder what that guy says in Japanese. Always curious about that. Not much these models, but I guess I didn't miss. No, yeah, because I was here. And then I accidentally then the order changed. Falco Lombardi, a Star Fox team pilot. Falco's constant air of casual indifference believes he's almost reading word after word without making sense of his sentence. Falcon's constant air of casual indifference belies his precise piloting skills. He avoids discussion of what he did before joining the team, but many consider it likely that his past was filled with reckless behavior. He's not much for cooperation, but he does respect those more skilled than he is. Meaning no one. First appearance in Star Wars. Well, yeah, these models are very big in appearance. That's a very flat tail you got there. And he is a pheasant. He's a falco pheasant. Or he's actually a pheasant, not a falco. Landmaster tank. Team Star Fox high-powered anti-aircraft hover tank. Its caterpillar-like threads, apparently only caterpillar-like, allows it to perform quick lateral rolls. It can even fly for short periods of time. Its main cannons, it has multiple cannons apparently, closely resemble the weapons technology of an R-Wing. Does make sense. So the same rules apply. If you charge them up, you can shoot guided missiles. I didn't know that because you never told me about that, but okay. First appearance in Lilac Wars, which is the second game. Very basic. Like geometric wise, it's a very basic design. Very angular and pointy stuff. And they kept that design, right? It got this angular pointed design because it was on NAS with the 3D chip allowed it for 3D rendering, but which it barely did at any high frame. But yeah, therefore it had very few polygons and then got this angular design. But I guess it's interesting to keep on with that design. Lilac Wars, Star Fox name in Japan. Wait, in Japan? It was also known as Lilac Wars. So the wait, is it? Are you right? Star Fox. Let's see. Because we got two. This is the first one. Star Fox, known as Star Wing in PAL regions. If I check the Japanese version of this article, it says something in Japanese. I can't read. It therefore says about the first game. Chillhop Okusu. So Star Fox. If I check the second game, it says Star Fox is 4, known as Lilac Wars in the PAL regions. And it then says the Japanese one name is wow. Star Fox, and then the number 64. Aha! Trying to fool me. No, it was known as Star Fox and then Star Fox 64 in both Japan and North America. While in Europe and Australia, it was released as Star Wing and Lilac Wars. And Star Wing, I don't get. Why not call it R-Wing in that point? But at least you name it up. Lilac Wars is like a fitting subtitle. Instead of calling Star Fox 64, call it Star Fox Lilac Wars. That sounds like a much more interesting title. Like, yeah, it's only 64, but it's just a boring title. I think for following. Oh, thank you for following. That was not the correct term. Thank you so much for raiding. Welcome to Pon the Bon Bon. I shouldn't aim the cannon at this whole audience. But I'm a bunny. I play video games, but I do art. And I'm currently looking through all the trophies in Super Smash Bros. Melee because I finally, yesterday or today, depending on your count, have 100%ed this game. And it took a lot of effort. Neville! You were playing Little Kitty Big City. It does look like a very cute game. I have seen some gameplay of that, but how did it go for you? Had you fun? Did you enjoy being a cat? What engine is it running on? Imagine if I were to mod the game and replace the cat with Pon. Anyway, hello. I can't stay after. Yeah, you go and get ready. Go and don't be late. Thank you so much for rating. I really appreciate that. Present 100%. So please have a great stream. Yes, I'll do my best. And I hope you get there in time. And then so on. So, hello everyone else. I hope you like Nintendo trivia, I guess. We're talking about random stuff here. Yeah, I was basically saying that with all these Nintendo 64 games, that was just the original title with 64 after it. I just find it a bit on the boring side. I mean, sure, it could be still called Star Fox 64, Lila, but it would be a more interesting title anyway. But it would make sense calling Star Fox. But I would it would actually have been quite interesting if the European releases kept up. I understand it doesn't make marketing sense, like it's bad marketing, but if they continued with the trend of just never calling any Star Fox game just Star Fox, like you never had Star Fox in the title, and just keep on having different names. Or, just call it Lylat Wars. Continue calling it Lylat Wars Adventure. I don't even know what all the games are. Why is there not... Lylat Wars Assault, Lylat Wars Command, Lylat Wars 3D, Lylat Wars Zero, Lylat Wars Guard, Lylat Wars 2. Because at least, because they did release Star Fox 64 3D, which according to this was called Star Fox 64 3D in all regions. But wouldn't it make more sense to call it Lylat Wars 3D? The same thing when they finally released Star Fox 2, because that was a never before released game, but they decided to finally release it. Wouldn't it make sense to call it Starwing 2 in Europe as well? Just to make the reference. I don't know. Cheerleadering. We do like cheerleadering. And I guess this was, yeah, exactly. Wolfen. The beloved ship of the mercenary team Starwolf, which was hired to destroy Fox and his team. The ship's abilities rivals an Arwing. Period. Semicolon. As a matter of fact, the Wolfen 2 was an improvement over its predecessor, well I hope so, and could nearly outperform the Team Star Fox ships. But you said that the Wolfen 1, the ship's abilities rival an Arwing. Wolfen 2, which is an improvement over the predecessor, could nearly outperform the Star Fox ships. So I guess... So how do you... What does rival... If you have a set amount of points in performance, and how many points does rivaling equal, and how many points does nearly outperform equals? Nearly outperforms cannot be more. It has to be the same or below, but very close. But rival, is that more or less? Can it be much less, much more? Because if it's an improvement, that means rival means, unless Star Fox ships are the Arwings, are Arwings second generation as well. This text is confusing me. According, if I got this correctly, because it didn't tell me about any upgraded Arwings. That means the rival means that it's significantly less, and then near outperform is, well, near outperform is nearly outperform. You're not outperforming, but you're nearly there. Star Wolf's leader, Wolf O'Donnell, which again, why would you name a wolf wolf, is Fox's most persistent dragon. First appeared in Light Force. I guess Andros was their rival in the first game, Star Wolf in the second game then. Well, it has 4 things. And here, this part sucks up all the air. It doesn't not look aerodynamic. But they fly through air as well. So, in space doesn't matter, but... What's this? Pea stain? Anyway, moving on to Andros. The second version. This incarnation of Andros was so big as to be ridiculous. But it at least appeared to be a living being. Andros was once a brilliant sight, but was banished from the galaxy for his state to expand. Imagine being banished from a whole galaxy. Thank you for liking my jokes here. From the planet Venom, he readied his troop. I guess readied, that's English. And directed his sword of vengeance towards the Lilith system. Look, sword. First played in Lilith War, so that's the second game. So this is the second version of Andros, because there's 2. Don't shoot the hand with a very obvious weak point. Your teeth does look quite bad. They look a bit rotten. You got the tongue. And your eyes. Do we get... Oh yeah, we got some full eyes on inside as well. Ooh. Ooh. Modeled on the backside, but not textured. That's interesting. So what species is this? A monkey? Because it looks kind of like human-esque. An elf monkey. So primate, basically, which humans are. He's a giant head that floats in space. It's difficult to find a dentist. You're right. Andros version 1. Star Fox arch enemy. Whether it's a metallic manifestation of Andros or just a hologram is unknown. But from its outward appearance, it's safe to assume that it's not the being's true form. Andros occasionally sucks matter in and then violently exhales, sending out a cloud of metal tiles. Its eyes are weak points. Well, my eyes are probably my weak points too. First Bane and Starwing, the first game. Yeah, if you're coughing out this, does not look good. Well, very polygonal. Oh yeah, and then we're moving on to Metroid. Samus Aran. Samus Aran away. This intergalactic bounty hunter's full name is Samus Aran. Well, I assume so from the name of the trophy. Clad in a power suit made by the Chozo race and infused with their enhanced blood, he cleared the planet's suburbs of a Metroid infestation. Samus is an orphan, sole survivor of a space pirate raid that destroyed an Earth colony named K2L. K2L. How long are you an orphan for? Like, I understand, like, if you're underage, you will be an orphan if you don't have any guardians. But as soon as you're 18 or wherever else in the world, fictional or not, where the age of maturity is a different age, whenever you reach that, are you still an orphan? Like, I wouldn't call fully grown a so fully grown adult person an orphan. Like, it just sounds wrong. I always called Polygon Andros the sneeze because his attack looked like he's sneezing at you. Well, yeah, it's basically what it is, yeah. First appeared in Metroid. It's the, look at his suit. It even contains power panties. I mean, at least this makes sense. Because it's an armored suit. Makes less sense for the Racer to have armored panties on. No, the visor looks completely solid. Actually, you can see slightly through it. You can see there's nothing behind it. Probably easier just, check the other way. No, I meant to do this. Ta-da! There's nothing there. Head empty. Other stuff. Ooh, detailed on soles of the shoes. Don't always get that. There's a lot of details. I would say most of the details are like here. A lot of texture going here. There is probably pictures everywhere, but the most in that location. Samus and mask starts facing away so you don't see the face. This one is the second bonus trophy that you cannot unlock through normal means. And was only available in Japan, still has a full English translation now. It said that the orphaned Samus Aran was raised by the few survivors of the Chozo race. That is a better way to phrase it, because now we're talking about her growing up as an orphan. That makes sense. They armed her with a power suit, and taught her the ways of advanced combat. Even burdened with her heavy suit, Samus is as graceful as a butterfly. I want to see a butterfly in a scene. In the Metroid series, it was standard that Samus would remove her helmet and armor if you clear the game fast enough. He would strip for you. First appeared in Metroid. The faster you go, the more she stripped. Anyway, there's the face. But no, like this is not what she. Is the hair clipping through the suit? Kind of hard to see though, but it does. For some reason, the hair clips into it. They couldn't just move the hair a bit further back, so it doesn't clip into it. But yeah. Blue eyes. I guess it's the same as 3D model. No, it isn't. This is orange that has different designs to it. Neat. Definitely not an ideal hairstyle when wearing a full helm. Well, I guess it's. I mean, she's tying the hair back, isn't it? Because this is. What's the main concern there, would you say? Samus Starship. There's a lot of S's in a row. This compact ship is used by Samus as her base of operations. Of course, Samus can't fly it into the catacombs of every planet she visits to leave it on the surface as her sanctuary, and has to pay expensive parking fees. Samus can recharge her power suit inside the ship, so it tends to be the only safe and secure spot on inhospitable alien terrain. Makes sense. First appeared in Metroid 2: Return of Samus. A very rounded design compared to, because this design was made in 2D. and not a attempted 3D like Star Fox. And it has the 3 balls on the underside, and that is based on an artist. Don't know which country the artist is from, but the artist is not from Japan, who drew UFOs with 3 balls on the underside. That design became very popular in Japan, therefore you will see they normally arrange like, like a triforce, like a triangle. But that's why you see a lot of Japanese media has these 3 balls on the underside of UFOs. While in other countries like Europe and North America, UFOs are typically just flat discs. There's a difference in which they use in the Earthbound, at least in the level on the stations in Smash. Trade. Yeah, it's common among UFO sightings to have a triangle light. Yeah, but specifically it's 3 light balls like that. But like a light pattern, I'm not really sure what you're referring to there. Well, the model is so big. Okay, you can't. Okay, that's a specific. Okay, we can. Yeah, you can. Text is shown above at least. Yeah, the big orbs. The big orbs. I don't think that was common. I mean, depends on which region you're in. So, Kraid, the boss enemy from Metroid. Kraid lives in the depths of Brinstar. He immobilizes enemies with his 3 red eyes, and his powerful jaws can crush anything. He can also shoot these 3 spikes in his belly. Don't shoot them into your belly. It's said that he often fires them at his prey. How does they come back? It really doesn't look comfortable. Once Samus defeated Ridley and Kraid, oh spoilers, the way to terrain opened. This is the path to terrain. Oh, I'm finally getting to the terrain. What? No, terrain is a place. Yeah, these spike things really don't look comfortable. Especially if you're going to eject them out of your body as well. Although these veins. Maybe I don't need to zoom in on them. Textures, stretch textures. They got better at the stretch textures later on. Got some face wings here. Some big ears. 3 eyes. Does that help you see in 4 dimensions? Except our world is 3-dimensional anyway. Path to train? Yes, we go to train and get stronger. Boob spikes. Well, it's not really boob spikes, they are tummy spikes. Or belly spikes if you want. Metroid. A parasitic life form that can absorb all types of energy. Metroids have strong resistance to most conventional weaponry. To defeat them, Samus Aran had to freeze them with beam shots, and then blast them with missiles. Mocktroids, which look like Metroids, are weaker with fewer internal nuclei. First made in Metroid. Metroid appeared. They were Metroids in the first Metroid. And also, as I've commented before, they write Metroids with a capital M as if it's the name of a species. It's not like you write dogs with a capital D. This is also like a formatting thing that I would take care of in my... No, I wouldn't have fictional creatures in my world, but if I created a world with fictional creatures, the fictional creatures would write the name of the fictional creature with a lowercase letter, because that's what you do in English. You would write it with a capital letter in German, because that's what you do in German. So, look at this brain thing. Can we get on the inside? Oh yeah. This is what you definitely can do with real nice team. The real trophies. You can just poke your head through the glass. Or probably plastic. Very shiny. Shiny fangs. Ridley. Thanks for following. Also here, by the way, I didn't say thank you for the previous one, but KDX 7501. What does, if you want to answer, what does KDX stand for and what does 7501 stand for? Don't, but only if you want. I'm just inviting you to a conversation. Strawberries. Oh, inside the metro. Yeah, I see. No, those are raspberries. Because raspberries, did you know raspberry is my favorite fruit because they are a lot of tiny balls added together to make a single fruit. Anyway, Fontana likes the inside. Some insides are nice. I'm saying so much stuff now that it's cool. Melis, cool. Oh, hello again. Hello. What was your poke shadow? Lol. Poke. Is your name Poke or Shadow? I don't remember which one you preferred. I can do whichever. Just let me know again. Yes, I have 100% the game and now I'm going through all the trophies. Because why not? Shadow, yes, Shadow. Have you 100% in the melee? I mean, it's a really old game, so I assume a lot of people have. At least the people who are interested in the game. Ridley, the head of the space pirates on Sabbath. Ridley soars through space on wicked wings. There's a lot of S. Ridley may look like a mindless monster, but he's actually quite intelligent. Mindless monster. After the SR-388 incident, or 388, where Samus captured the infant Metroid, Ridley took the Space Academy by storm, annihilating the complex and taking the Metroid back. There's a painted Metroid. A spiky tail. Would Ridley work as a great replacement for Spyro? Purple. Would work great, right? Yeah. Let's get a good look at this face. Oh yeah. Although with the eyes on the sides, I mean, it's an alien species, so probably not going to follow or earthly rules. It's a prey, not a predator. Even though there are preys that are predators as well. Whee. Anyway. Just wanted to say hi before I went to work. Oh, yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone. Even if it's just a short hi, I still appreciate it. Oh, it's evil Spyro. Yeah, this is evil lanky Spyro. Chozo statue. These statues, which provide power-ups to Samus and have some connection with her power suit, have been found in many places. Most notably Sabbath. The Chozos boasted the most advanced civilization in their galaxy. They sure did, and then they went under. Some say that when they could advance no further, they chose to withdraw and observe our life. Okay, that was at least some kind of explanation. Like, it's kind of weird to be the most advanced, most technological thing, and then just disappeared. But maybe that's actually not that weird. Actually, maybe they just managed to destroy themselves through the technology. Lily got a banana. Pun pun. Your attack is such a fun item. It is, especially throwing at the people, especially throwing at people trying to recover when they're too far out. So the your attack isn't enough to actually recover them, and then they end up dying because they fall down outside the level. That's very fun. This one is kind of transparent too, which is it looks to have a texture on the inside. Yeah, single picture. Yeah, there it is. It sure got a butt. they got a very, very butty. It kind of has a bulged. No. Anyway. Your attack. Here it is. One of Samus power-ups from the original Metroid. The Skewer attack turns a jump into a rotating attack. When carrying this item, any character's ordinary jump move will turn into a Skewer attack. Well, unless they have more than 2 jumps. In that case, the remaining jumps will not be skewered. By the same token, if you throw this item at an enemy, your foe will spontaneously do a Skewer attack. Participated in Metroid. Sure is a statue. Yeah, it has its statue for sure. Well, I guess I've already explored this item, so there's nothing more to explore. I guess I can zoom in that it, and because it's bigger, I can immediately. Yeah, B. I'm still doing yes. Fun game. Yes. A denizen of the far-off, peaceful planet Popstar. Kirby became a citizen of Dreamland. So Popstar has the land, Dreamland, but they has other lands too then. After defeating King DDD. Wait, is that how you become a citizen? To become a citizen of Sweden, you had to defeat our king. Wait, isn't that just to become the king? No. After you defeat the king, you become a citizen. That's how it works. Wouldn't that mean that every citizen would be stronger than the king? Well, no, because if citizens have a child, that child will be a citizen too. Even though he's only about 8 inches tall. Oh, now I had to check that too. And see if the German one is still wrong. Kirby is an extremely skilled technician. I haven't really considered Kirby to be an extremely skilled technician. But if you say so, he has the unique ability to absorb the power of his enemies, and his elastic body makes him a versatile adventurer. That'd be fun. Defeat the king at arm wrestling. You could probably do that. The Swedish king is kind of old. And I don't think he's practiced any arm wrestling. So, I don't know how old is the Swedish king? Any guess? He has been the king of Sweden for 51 years and 171 days. He's currently... His birthday is in less than 2 months. He is currently 78 years old. Can you defeat a 78-year-old in arm wrestling who has not been doing any athleticism because he has been a king? So he was born at 10:20 on the 30th of April 1946, which means that 30th of April is of course his birthday. And he was born on Haga Castle in Solna, which is outside Stockholm. And his full name is Carl Gustav Folke Hubertus. And there we go. Random information about the Swedish king, I guess. 78 is my guess. Nice done. Nicely done, I guess. Fist fight the king of Sweden to become Swedish. I mean, I would if it meant I could get citizenship and leave the US for good. Well, if you find a job, you're welcome. I don't want to say. Because you basically just need a job that pays you enough, and then you're welcome. Spanish. Here we go. It says that there's auch wenn seine Körpergröße nur ungefähr 20 20 centimeter beträgt. Well, it says 20 centimeters this time. In the first game, it's in German. It said that Kirby was 80 centimeters. Not a big Kirby. What does it say in the font size? Font size. Here it says. Wait, does it even say? Because I think the French version of the first game all didn't say. It's gone. But oh well, I guess it didn't say. I guess bring out the translator again. Bien. Queen ne so pa très grand. Yes, translator. Also, it is not very big. Or although he's not very big. Okay. So, yeah, it did not specify size. Only that he isn't big. And I think they did that in the first game too. And there we go. It's very clear that it says 20 centimeters. Wrote out centimeters in full as well. Not in, as in German, where it's just the symbol like you would normally do. And then finally Italiano. Because it's interesting how they convert units. 20 centimetri. 20, I assume that is 20. 20 Italian wins 20. Yes, 20 means 20. Because when it comes to these numbers, they are related to each other. Like Spanish uno and English one, they are related. Those two, because D and T are kind of the same sound. Tres, 3, that might be a bit more obvious. Quattro, 4, that one's a bit more weird. Cinco, 5, okay, now I'm kind of losing it. 20 is 20, yes, I double check. Well, at least that one is correct. Well, I will have to still write that down as the thing I Kirby. What? 8 inches. I'll write what it says in English. Because I said I will compare, and then wait. Oh yeah. So if I leave, I go back in. It changes back to. I see. That's what happened. Okay. I understand. That's why it's changed order. I know because it's similar in Spanish. Oh, I mean it's similar to 20 as the English word as well. Ball Kirby. When Kirby swallows a ball enemy, he turns into a ball. My favorite shape. And can bounce off of floors and walls. It's tough to control, but well worth it for the strong attack power it gives Kirby. After his... Oh wait, I forgot that Kirby's debut was Kirby's Dream Land. After his debut in Kirby's Adventure, I wonder which debut game it is. Ball Kirby has popped up in several more Kirby games, such as Kirby's Pinball Land and Kirby's Block Land. This is the first trophy that they actually mentioned more than one game, I think. Or maybe the description mentioned the description that mentioned one game and the debut game was a different game. Normally, I think it mentions it. But this is the 3 games. 3 games. Not only 3 games in total, but the description itself also mentions 3 games. Yeah, so there we go. 20. There we go. That's Norwegian. And in Swedish is 20. With a sh sound. That's what if it T is a T sound and I apply J, this is a J sound, and combine them with T and J, you get Sh. Isn't that a logical system? Is that a logical system? Because the J here, or the G, or the yacht, if no, Lily, oh no, why? We were talking about the fun stuff, and then you just did this to me. That's not fun. Now you ruined everything. I was just going to take a quick gander here and see it actually doesn't make too much. No, it does make sense. It does make sense. Logic, lovely. No, close your eyes. We don't need logic here. Oh, and this was the perfect time. No, it isn't. It's not perfect time. Okay, the yacht sound is a palatal sound, and the sh sound, as used in Swedish, not the sh sound used in English, but the sh sound is also a palatal sound. So you take the t sound and combine it with the j sound and get the sh sound. You can also take the k sound and combine it with the j sound to get the sh sound as well. It's not perfect because t and k are plosives, but sh is a sibilant fricative. So anyway, I didn't even look at Kirby, by the way. He's a round ball with a textured face and a mouth. How does it look like on the inside? So, beautiful mouse you got here. Anyway, and the ball Kirby is even simpler. It's just where that's all there is to this. He has a very tiny mouth, which is pretty neat. But it's just large enough so you can't get into it. And also, Romian wrote, Dvadzieci. Dricke vann. Oh, I should drink water. I think dricke vann means to drink water. But if you want to do the command, drink water, if you want to tell someone, I think you should say drick vann. I'm not no expert about Norwegian here, I could be wrong. But if it follows the same pattern as Swedish, it should be drick, not dricke. I can, next thing I'm looking up now, I can double check to confirm that I actually got that correctly. And it says, yes, the imperative is drick. So yes, I was correct. P-vode. I cannot make any comments about Polish. Do not. Fighter Kirby. Kirby dons a warrior's headband and becomes a fierce fighter when he swallows an enemy skilled at physical attack. Fighter Kirby uses many colorful punching and kicking moves as he overpowers his enemies with his sparring skill. The Vulcan jab is just one of many techniques Kirby can use with his copying power. Also, forgot the debut Kirby's Adventure, debut Kirby's Fun Pack. But when it says Vulcan jab, that made me think of like a, because there's the Vulcan pinch, whatever it is in Star Trek. The Vulcan jab would be the another move Vulcans in Star Trek uses. So, well, it's a ball-shaped Kirby as usually, and it has this mad face. See, channels, and it's got a beautiful knot here. It's quite a detailed knot. Anyway, Chillhop kind of has this, but green design instead. Like Spock, exactly. Spock is a Vulcan. Logical. Most logical. Fascinating. Fire Kirby. When Kirby swallows a fire-wielding enemy, he transforms into Fire Kirby. Not only does he breathe fire in this form, but he can also sprout flames on his entire body and damage enemies by chasing into them, crashing into them. Same thing. Fire Kirby wears the bright red headdress of his enemy Burning Leo. The hat turns into a helpful weapon when thrown. Oh, you can throw it. First painting Kirby's Adventure. A very fancy head, but quite shiny. Got a transparent orb on it. And it's like flaming hair. It's a... Well, Spock is half volcanical. Fair enough. Kirby Hat 1. Shouldn't this one be called Kirby Hats 1? In Japanese, you wouldn't write plural, so that's... But the English translation should use plurals. Here's Kirby sporting several results of his copy ability. In Link's hat, he can shoot arrows, while Mario's cap gives him access to fireballs with a capital F. The Donkey Kong suit offers up a giant punch, which fair enough is a move name, while Samus's helmet allows Kirby to fire off charged up energy shots. Finally, while wearing the Yoshi hat, Kirby can swallow enemies and turn them into eggs. First appearance in Super Smash Bros. Melee. Because yeah, Kirby did not really have the copy ability to copy these characters. Well, it's kind of hard to get a good look of an individual, but this helmet's actually transparent here, which is nice. Yeah. Oh, we'll get there. Kirby hat too. Kirby's got several of his finest hats on here. In Nez's baseball cap, he can use the power of PSI to unleash PK Flash, while Captain Falcon's visor gives him the ability to unleash a huge punch. Isn't it just a whole helmet? His adorable Pikachu cap comes complete with stored up electric charges, allowing him to shock his foes. And the fox ears come with a matching blaster. Well, he got more than just fox ears. Debut game, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Well, it's more than just fox ears, but he got some fluffy fox ears here. Kind of. And he got some nice cap. And a nice hat, which actually has a bit of 3D to it, which is neat. The emblem is not purely flat. The slight, well, the emblem is still flat though, but and there's Pikachu, which is nomming on Kirby. Nom nom nom. With the tail. Then the tail is a good addition. Kirby Hat 3. With all of these hats, Kirby could open his own haberdashery, whatever you mean by that. Well, by selling his own body. I assume these hats are his body. Each crown lets him use Toad, while the ice climber, Parka, allows him to shoot ice blocks. Kirby has fire breath in the Bowser horn, and he can copy Zelda in both her forms. In Zelda's headdress, he can use Nairu's love, while Sheik's wrap gives him a needle. Arsenal. Read in Super Smash Bros. Melee. Look at the beautiful Kirby with the beautiful hair. Or the all wrapped up Kirby with hair. And the almost fully covered Kirby. And then there's the tiny crown. Kirby Hat 4. There's 5 Kirby. Yeah, so because it's 25 copy abilities. Well, technically 24 because he can't copy his own ability. Well, I guess no, it doesn't count as copying because it does it when you try to copy. If you swallow a Kirby and copy that, it does not give the copy ability sound effect. So it does not copy that ability. But they should have like done the whole thing with. Well, it did copy the ability, just that Kirby's ability is to copy abilities. Needle Ars? Yes, Needle Arsenal. Porcupine. Does Porcupine has a needle dance? That sounds uncomfortable. Kirby Hat 4. Looks like Kirby's copied a bunch of hidden characters. In the user's hat, he can shoot green fireballs. while copying Mewtwo gives him the power to throw Shadow Balls. Copying Mr. Game Watch lets Kirby hurl sausages. And doing the same with Chillhop earns him a rollout move. Mars Hair comes complete with a powerful Shield Breaker move. Beauty Super Smash Bros. Melee. Also, Mr. Game Watch is the only ability here that fully changes his color. Meaning that if you play 2 Kirbys and both copy Mr. Game Watch, you wouldn't be able to see who's who. I see. How to carry. And then you have some special hats, which is Jigglypuff and Mewtwo, where it just extrudes his own body in weird ways, but it still keeps the color of his body. Except in Smash Bros. Wii U, where if he copies Jigglypuff, he keeps the pink ears and hair tufts, even though in all other games. Which was another thing people said about Ultimate. Like, Ultimate finally made it so Jigglypuff, when Kirby copies Jigglypuff's ability, it will actually change the color according to which color Kirby has, instead of the hat remaining in pink. Nope, that was just a weird oddity in the Wii U and 3DS version. In every other game, it keeps the correct color. Game & Watch turns Kirby into Meta Knight, but without his mask. Wait, isn't Meta Knight purple? Kirby Hat 5. Secret Hats Galore. Impetuous Hat. Oh yeah. It is 25 copy abilities because you got Sheik and Zelda. Impetuous Hat, Kirby can shoot out electricity, while Dr. Mario's headgear gives him Mega Vitamins. When Kirby wears Falco's beak, he gets to use Falco's powerful blaster. Just lends it from Falco. It's not a copied one. By the same token, he can use fire arrows while in Jungling's cap. When Kirby copies Ganondorf, he gets the Warlock Punch. Copying Roy produces a Flare Blade. But these are 6. I'm missing something. 6. Oh, this one is just 4. No, this is 5. What's this? 5. This one is the one with 4 for some reason. 5, 4, 5, 5, 5. No. 6. Alright. Get your hat. There we go. Ganondorf Kirby. Do you like it? He has quite a set of hair, eh? And he has Ganondorf's pattern baldness. Well, normally he's normal bald, but yeah, kind of the top. Unless it's shaved. Probably not. Dr. Mario, Young Link, and full adult Link. I tried to remember what the prefix was not. Do have very similar hats. Oops. Right there. Let's move on to the next one. King DDD. King DDD. DDD, the self-proclaimed king of Dreamland, who Kirby defeated to become a citizen. While he says he's king, DDD performs no administrative functions, and the citizens of Dreamland continue to live as they always have. He does serve a performer. He does serve an administrative function. He is the one. Well, maybe he's not the one who gives out citizenships, but you have to defeat King DDD. Well, maybe not. That's not the only thing, but you can defeat King DDD to become a citizen. And that sounds like he's doing some kind of administrative function. Oh, am I wrong? Yeah, the citizens of Dreamland would continue to live as they always have, because that has nothing to do with that. Because they're already citizens. Am I wrong? King 3D. Anyway. Yeah, he's in 3D here. He's able to suck in air and fly like Kirby does, but only as a result of the vigorous training he undertook after being bested by Kirby. First appearance in Kirby's Dreamland. It is It is DDD in 3D. Oh, that's what you went with 3D because it's 3D when you say DDD. I get it now. Ah, very clever. It's a neat model. It's one of those like not much detail to them. Happy. Waddle Dee. Many delicate creatures like this one inhabit Dreamland. They generally live carefree lives and have never considered themselves to be followers of King Dedede. While these are innocent and generally harmless to man and beast. While they have virtually no offensive or defensive power, they'll sometimes try to wield a parasol to get some offensive and defensive power. First appeared in Kirby's Dreamland. Waddle Dee. What came first? A Waddle Dee or a Moo? They're both Japanese. Probably Waddle Dee. I would assume. Kirby's Dreamland feels like an old game. Yeah, it was okay. Not from 1992. Noah. Where Moose. Yeah, quite a difference in release time. Waddle Dees appeared in 1992. Moose appeared in 1997. So, yeah. There's a few years between them. I think Waddle Dees NES versus PS1. Now this was Game Boy, but yes. According to the Kirby's Dreamland. Unless it was also released on NES. Anyway, model-wise, very basic. Already got a slight effect of 3D here with the face and the red body. Neat. But otherwise, it's not much to say. Gooey. While Kirby swallows enemies in order to copy their powers, Gooey wraps them up in his tongue to steal their abilities. Oh my. Getting some vibes here. In Kirby's Dreamland 2, he occasionally appeared inside of a bag. What? But by Kirby's Dreamland 3, he was a fully fledged partner. He could be controlled by setting him up as play too. Okay. Appeared in Kirby's Dreamland 2. He got a gooey face, I guess. A very silly face and a very long tongue. So it's like the Yoshi equivalent. It's Rick. Rick made his debut alongside Kirby's other friends, Coco and Kine, I assume. Who in Kine? It doesn't say Coco. Kine. He looks like a meek hamster, but when he puffs himself up, he's bigger than Kirby. Why is it always bigger than Kirby? When he's carrying Kirby on his back, yeah, if he goes to carry Kirby on his back, certainly he's bigger than Kirby to begin with. He can mimic Kirby's copy powers with some special moves on his own. Rick's claim to fame is his exceptional traction on icy surface. I wouldn't even discover that he has the ability to copy Kirby's special abilities. This is a niche situation. Sounds like a thing that you wouldn't really normally discover. First appeared in Kirby's Dreamland 2. Got a little tiny tail. Got some stubby arms and tiny ears. Textured eye, 3D nose, textured mouse. A slight 3D mouse actually. And 3D whisker. Meta Knight. What else are you going to play? And the question if we should end stream at some point because so I'm getting tired. I didn't sleep as much as I hoped. I stayed up too late. I should probably go to bed earlier. And so yeah, we're going to do an ad break and then I'm just going to go through more Probably, we'll see how quickly I finish off Kirby. Maybe I do another franchise of that. Then I said I wanted to go through all of them, but it's a bit more than I expected it to be. I can't even see where on the list I am. Well, I have a lot of stuff left. So. Sword bunny. And you did post a lot of bunnies today as well. I wonder how many milestones you have broken. Just think of what the word was. Bunny stones. Oh yeah, I didn't update last yesterday's number. But I can copy those. While we're waiting for... Yes, just finish up. It should have... Oh, now that the update... that... Yes, that means that you did achieve the 7/9 of the way there. And that should be the last one. I'm already on the stream screen. Okay. The 7/9 is the last one where the it will go down in the number. Because the following fractions are 4/5, 5/6, 6/7, 7/8, 8/9, and 9/10. Because I basically wrote down all the fractions from a half up to a tenth. So, next one, Meta Knight. The mysterious head of the Meta Knight. What? The mysterious head of the Meta Knight? I guess Meta Knight is a knight. Meta Knight is not a character, but a role. He wields his sword with dignity. He delivered his sword to Kirby and demanded single combat in a show of his knightly honor. Strict adherence to his code of ethics makes him a rarity in Dreamland. Yeah, Kirby is not ethical at all. Sometimes he throws off his cape in battle, it occasionally transforms into wings. It's just random sentence all of a sudden. Participating in Kirby's Fun Pack. Fun Pack. Well, it is an orb. But he also got a mask. They have added the details of the mask going around. Straps around the hood. But then you got everything else that has no sense of sticking to his body. How does the mask fit on his body? Well, it's a strap. How does the cape fit to the body? Whoa. And so on. Nothing inside underneath his shoes. Very flat. And while... Nope, that's not what I wanted. While I could clip camera through the face. We're not going to see anything interesting here. Huh. I guess this is a bit interesting, I guess. Anyway. Wispy Wood. A boss enemy from Kirby's Dreamland. Wispy Woods is a big tree that shoots whirlwinds at Kirby. It isn't the toughest enemy. All Kirby has to do is avoid the occasional whirlwind, sucking apples that fall down and then shoot them back at it. Super Smash Bros. Melee Wispy Woods is quite the blowhard. Whatever you mean by that. Kirby's Dreamland's first appearance. It's quite a tree. Oh, the leaves are constructed out of hexagonal patterns. Neat. Well, it gets the job done, and the grass on the ground is blank. Maximum Tomato. Apparently, and not Maximum Tomato. Oh, I'm sorry. Maximum Tomatoes. Cure 50 percentage points of your accumulated damage. Once you eat one, after a brief moment, your damage meter slowly drains the appropriate amount, regardless of whether or not you pick up another item right afterward. In this Kirby series, these juicy, health-restoring items were a favorite of the pink hero. Jigglypuff? Participating in Kirby's Dreamland. It got a giant M on it. That means that you know it's the property of Mario. That's like Kirby Canal. Star Rod. This magic wand holds 16 star shots and sends foes flying at a low angle when thrown. Its most powerful one, Captain Falcon or Sheik, performs a smash attack while holding it. In Kirby's Adventure, well, it's not cheating. In Kirby's Adventure, Star Rod is the secret power behind the Fountain of Dreams. It should be extra strong in Fountain of Dreams. King Dedede steals the Star Rod in order to steal away the nasty cloaked knight. Well, that sounds very nice of him to do. First appearance in Kirby's Adventure. Do they grow with the M on them, or is a sticker added after speak? I'd say it grows on them, but they don't grow as perfect M's. They vary, but they only pick the ones that are perfect. So the Star Rod is using the exact same model as a Starman, just without it. It even has the same graphical glitch. Nice of the texture to line up here. It lines up everywhere else. Anyway, Warp Star. The Warp Star originated as Kirby's Ride. It helps the Thunderous Puffball get around at high speed. Hop on the Warp Star in Super Smash Bros. Melee and your character rapidly launches up and off the screen. You'll return in a flash, causing an explosion as you hit the ground. Try holding the direction to alter your landing. Or do as me and just fall off the stage. Don't do that. First banning Kirby's Dreamland. Someone is... Let's come in. Moment. There we go. Now do anything. Now let's look at his Warp Star. This just looks like the exact same model again. It's enlarged. Does it have the same graphical glitches? Oh, yes it does. Yep, it's the exact same model. At their time. And the little stars have... yeah, there we go. That's beautiful. You see this star further away in front of this star. Wait. There we go. Thank you. Oh, nice. And then and now he wants to go out again. Let me let the dog out. Okay, there we go. Done. Parasol. The parasol, which was originally used by Kirby. Oh, I wonder what Kirby used this for. Can be used as a weapon to bludgeon enemies. Bludgeon sounds like such a terrible word. Even better is the fact that players can open it while airborne and float lazily back towards the safe ground. Oh, goodbye streambot. It is incredibly useful in returning to the field of play after an opponent gets the better of you and sends you flying. I guess that's true. First training. Every Dreamland. Well, welcome back, streambot. I made a parasol, I think, or airply umbrella on the one of the plushies. Well, quite a high level of detail. Fountain of Dreams. This mystical fountain in Dreamland uses this power of the star rod to create a gush of pleasant dreams that flow like water. The dreams then become a fine mist that drift over the land, bringing peaceful rest to one and all. It's been confirmed that there are identical facilities on other planets near Popstar. Creating Kirby's adventure. This is like stages that appear as trophies. So big. Oh, inside. Assuming you don't drop it when you go flying. Well, yeah. If you do drop it when you go flying, that's going to be an issue. Like sometimes, I don't get this game. Sometimes they have these textures that they have. This texture is set to pixel perfect, which is where it gets pixelated. Other textures are set to not pixel perfect, such as, and you can see it here. The ground here is not pixel perfect, so as you get close, it gets all blurry. Same thing about the water here. It gets blurry because of the low resolution. But I'm very but interestingly, the water here is all pixelated. But there are parts of the game which has like sprites which are not set to be pixelated. And then have things like this, which is a gradient. A gradient is perfect to set to have not pixelated. So they're weird. Unless they wanted the effect, but to me it looks like they made a mistake. They made a mistake. And all the lyrics too. I like the water in this stage. Yeah, it is a nice stage. It's a beautiful stage. Nice. Okay, so should I stop here? Okay, sorry. Look at how all of this part are being done. It's still not done. There you go. There's the end. So I still have plenty to go see. I guess we just have more to check. After all, I spent all that time to collect all the trophies. I better go through all the trophies as well, shouldn't I? Thank you so much for the headband, I appreciate that. I don't think I had to do that just to make you say it's saving. I think it's about half. Oh no, there's going to be another whole stream then. Maybe I should make sure to rest up a bit more. I was thinking of really trying to get to bed earlier today. Maybe I should just go to bed right after now. Like, basically now. Because I'm feeling kind of tired, so I could probably fall asleep. I'll go to bed too. That sounds good. Bye. Yes, we're going to go and visit someone and say hello, and then say I'm going to bed. No, I'll probably just stay for a little bit of time. But who should we go and visit? Should we go and visit Marshall Silver playing Grand Theft Auto 5? He is a lovely person and needs more attention. So let's read. I mean, he does have more followers than me. I mean, but still, I think he deserves even more. Because she is pet friendly and stuff. I did show up on my stream to write a hello message, which is cool. Which I said that even just a quick hello, it's cool. I do appreciate that. So we're going to say hello. You will use your swords, and then I will see how many swords. A lot of swords. You want to spend some more swords before we leave? I guess no one else will say anything. Swords. Well then, timer's running out. Then you just accidentally post a bunch of sword bunnies. Oh yeah, you need to copy the